There we go. Okay. So I am more or less ready now. For all of y'all that are tuning in into the stream, thank you for joining. I appreciate it. I'm going to give you a very slight deck tech this time. So I am still on the 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗡 Prison train. I like this card. I love this card. I like playing this card. And I wanted to play some more of it. And I was looking for more ways to break parity on it. And I remember watching a video from Brian Koval of Bosch and Roll, who was playing 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗡 in an Enchantress deck. And he said that the way to break parity on 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗡 is to gain life and draw cards. And this deck does both of that. I have decided to take the idea and put it inside of an Enchantress shell instead of a artifact-based shell. So, how do we gain life? Well, we use Words of Worship. It has an activated ability that says the next time you would draw a card this turn, you gain 5 life instead. This is really good with effects like Sylvan Library that let you draw additional cards. So if you have a Sylvan Library and a Words of Worship, you gain 15 life a turn by paying 3 mana into this Words of Worship. That's pretty dang good, I think. And of course, we've got the normal Enchantress effects of Argothian Enchantress and Enchantress's Presence that will draw you cards as well. We have ways to stay alive in that life gain loop. Words of Wilding will create beasts instead of, or bears, I guess, instead of gaining you life, which could help stabilize a board. And we've also got Solitary Confinement, which is one of my favorite Magic the Gathering cards of all time. Skip your draw step, you have Shroud, prevent all damage that's dealt to you. Just a beautiful little card right here. I love this. I was also looking for ways to figure out how to get things back from the graveyard when our opponents inevitably dump stuff into there with 𝗟𝗓𝗡𝗡𝗡. And Gaia's Blessing is just perfect, right? It says, when Gaia's Blessing is put into your graveyard from your library, shuffle your graveyard into your library. And 𝗟𝗡𝗡𝗡𝗡 is a replacement effect that applies to a card that would be drawn, and it does indeed take cards from your library and put them into your graveyard. So, if your opponent is milling these Gaia's Blessings and putting them into your graveyard, then that's just going to shuffle your graveyard back into your deck. And if they're not milling them, then you're drawing them, and you can just cast them, right? So I really like this a lot. I am going to do my best at it. I don't know how well that's going to go, especially with how few blue sources I'm running. I've only got, what, 2, 6, very few blue sources. I have another one in here somewhere. Yeah, it's the Fertile Ground. But I'm still going to give it a shot, and we're going to see what happens. I am going to start match 1. I'll be back in just a second. I'm on the play in match 1 versus Gimme Blood. What does this hand do? Actually, stone cold nothing, because I cannot get 𝗟𝗓 Sanctum online. I don't have a 1-drop enchantment to do that. I think I have to mulligan this as much as I don't want to. It's another 1-lander, but at least this one has a 1-drop in it. I'm going to keep it and bottom one of the weirdings. This is kind of like the first hand, except a little bit worse. Maybe even a lot worse. Yep, turn 1 exploration, pass. I am not playing an additional land this turn. Oh, looks like we have Rebels Tribal, huh? 3 mana to search your deck for a Rebel permanent card with mana value 2 or less and put it onto the battlefield. Love that. Okay, I am going to drop this brush land, and I think I'm actually going to land Sylvan Library. That is going to allow me to dig for additional cards here. There's another Sergeant. And a Mother of Runes. So looks like they are on Rebel Tribal or maybe Human Tribal. White Weenies, maybe. Yeah, I will actually use Sylvan Library's ability here. Do I want to keep any of these? I could pay a bunch of life to keep all of these cards. I don't think I'm going to. I'm gonna put... I think I'm going to put this on top and this on top, and then I'm gonna keep the land and play Words of Wilding. And the Words of Wilding will allow me to create a bunch of little tokens, and that'll hopefully help me stabilize against this board. Don't think I'm going to be making it quite yet. I think I will do it 1 time, though. Let's go ahead and create 1 bear. Well, I suppose I actually should have created 2 bears then, huh? Well, I'm still learning this, because now I need to put this exploration on top of my deck, and I would need to pay life to keep this Argothian Enchantress. I guess I am going to pay the life. Falling to a very low life total here. Oof, exiling my bear, huh? That's not nice. They dropped a curse scroll. I am just gonna have to take this, I think. All right, let me think about this. I have exploration on top of my deck right now. I think I'm just going to create the creatures, honestly. And I'm just going to skip all my draws this turn. All right, so creature number 1. I'm going to use Sylvan Library's ability, and I'm going to replace all of the draws. And now I have a bunch of bears. This is probably what I should have done last turn, honestly. That Mother of Runes is still going to cause trouble, though, because it can give something protection from green. So I still am in trouble. Curse Scroll is a problem, too. I really just need a solitary confinement here, I think. Yeah, they're just giving the knight protection from green here. Gonna swing in with it. I am going to take 2, fall down to 3. And they've got a Whip Quarter, which taps creatures down too. Okay, well, it is officially time to find solitary confinement, and I did not. What can I do? I can cantrip Gaia's Blessing. Shuffle that Windswept Heath back into my deck, get rid of the Exploration and the Forest. I think I have to do that, because I think I'm going to need Sarah's Sanctum here. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Okay, Gaia's Blessing. I'm going to shuffle in Windswept Heath. I am going to tap my Brushland and my Forest to do that. I drew a basic Forest. Okay. So what can I do now? Play basic Forest and then pass turn, I guess? Still digging for that solitary confinement. Oh, well, okay. They just have an enchantment that gives their whole board +1/+1. Yeah, that's game. Unfortunate, it happens. I wouldn't have found the answer anyway. I guess, no, I would have had to block with Argothian Enchantress if they had swung out. Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered. That was really fun, though. They had a lot of cool stuff in their deck. Mostly just, you know, white creatures that can attack. I've got sideboard tools for that, though. I'm not particularly worried, I think. So, Kirtur's Desire is going to come in. Aura of Silence is not, probably, but I definitely want this additional solitary confinement. And what do I want to take out here? Seal of Cleansings? I don't think I'm particularly worried about stuff out of mono white. So I am going to take those out. Elephant Grass is actually really good at slowing down their roll, so I think I'm going to keep that in. And honestly, I don't think I need the Gaia's Blessings. At least not all of them. So I will run this back just like this. Let's be on the play here. And we've got lands. I will keep this. Basic Forest pass. Oh, interesting. A Weathered Wayfarer, huh? Yeah. That's a really good card to have on the draw. But now I have an Exploration. So I think I am going to lead on that. If I am going to be activating this Weathered Wayfarer anyway, I may as well lead into it. Or lean into it, I suppose. And they sure are using it. Down to basic planes. Man, having the Sterling Grove in play makes me feel a lot better. I don't even think I'm going to be popping it. Oh, it's just another Weathered Wayfarer, huh? Yeah, you got it. Okay, I am going to lead on Brushland. I'm going to play my Enchantress's Presence here, and then I can cast this Words of Worship just off of Sarah's Sanctum. That's fantastic. I love that. Windswept Heath can grab a basic forest. And I can Wild Growth, I don't know, one of my forests, I guess. Okay, and I've got a Curator's Desire. That is going to cantrip here. I don't really think I'm in Words of Worship territory quite yet. But I will be eventually. Yeah, the hero's just activating these Weathered Wayfarers, getting a ton of planes in their hand. Oh, Tormod's Crypts? I mostly don't care about that, I think. Ooh, an Argothian Enchantress. Don't mind if I do. I am going to put this guy down mostly just to draw 2 cards. Okay, and we've got a bunch of stuff going on now. It is officially time to tap this Sarah's Sanctum, unfortunately. Fortunately, it also just doesn't matter. Oh, because I just have so much stuff going on. I think to start out with, I am going to begin... I guess I don't actually need to be casting my Solitary Confinement right now, do I? Like, I can just cast this Enchantress's Presence and see what happens. Just casual 4 cards. Love that. Oh, right. I have land drops. Wow. I'm doing a thing here. This is fantastic. Yeah, I think I'm just going to cast my Wild Growth and I'm going to pass here. That is, if I don't find something else to do. Oh, there's another land. And there's 2 Sylvan Libraries. All right, so what am I looking for right now? I am looking for Zur's Weirding, probably. Okay, that's plenty of cards. I think I can stop here. That's just fine. What do I get rid of? I don't think I need more Enchantress's Presences. And I can get rid of an Argothian Enchantress as well. Just completely full hand. I can go completely nuts with Words of Worship next turn, too. Weathered Wayfarer is going to find them another plains. That's fantastic. Okay, they have an Aura of Silence now. That can actually blow up the Sterling Grove if they want to. But I don't really think that's necessary. How much does a Sylvan Serra Sanctum tap for? 10? I could gain 50 life. Or I could attempt to put down 2 more Sterling Groves. I think I'm going to draw the card first. And I'm not going to be activating anything right now. Oh, Elephant Grass was pretty good. I think I'm going to put these on top of my deck. And I'm going to begin just playing out cards. I kind of really want 2 Sterling Groves, honestly. So I think I am going to make it so that I can do that. Cast out my Argothian Enchantresses and draw just an absolute metric buttload of cards. All right, that's 6 cards. I will eventually find another Serra Sanctum that I can play off of Exploration. I will find another Sterling Grove that I can use to lock out this Aura of Silence. I have a lot of things I can do here. There's another Serra Sanctum, and there's the Sterling Grove. That's fantastic. Okay, so the hero needs to use their Aura of Silence now, or else they just lose it. And that just hit play. That means that all of my stuff now has Shroud. Except for my lands, of course. Which I think is fine. Do I have a Words of Wilding in hand? No. That's unfortunate. But I think I'll live. Going to keep this Serra Sanctum that's untapped. That now taps for 12. My god. Okay, it is time to activate Words of Worship. I have 6 Enchantress effects in play. So I'm going to activate it 6 times. That's great. Oh, I have another land drop. I have 2 more land drops, actually. I might want to save a number of them for... more Serra Sanctums that I'm going to be getting. But for right now, I'm just going to go ahead and play out the Sterling Grove. All right, I'm at 42 life. Do I even need to do anything else this turn? I could just find the Words of Wilding now. Try to end the game. I could play out Zer's Weirding. I'm actually not sure that I want to reveal that to my opponent quite yet. This Solitary Confinement, I am just going to draw the 6 cards like normal. Trying to dig myself into another Serra Sanctum. I didn't find it. They're in my deck somewhere, right? Hmm. Give me a second. All right, it's time to drop Words of Wilding. Oh, I need to play another land. I can't play another land. Huh, all right. Yeah, I guess I have to pass turn at 42 life, unfortunately. With all of my stuff having Shroud. Hopefully they don't have some sort of board wipe that can cause me some troubles. We'll see. Oh, I have 19 cards in hand. I have to get rid of some of these cards. Oh my god. Just click stuff until something happens, I guess. All right, that's plenty of cards discarded. Mother of Runes is down. They're just playing out more rebels, I guess. Yeah, I don't care about any of these. Skipping my draw step, I don't think I mind. Okay, Sarah Sanctum taps for 13. I am going to activate Words of Worship 6 times. Now I'm going to cast Words of Wilding. And do I have the ability to cast something else? I mean, I have all this mana. Surely I have something that I can do with it, right? Wait, no, I need to activate my Words of Wilding first. Don't mind me, I'm still figuring out how this deck works. I need to leave at least... Yeah, that's probably fine. Actually, I'm gonna do it one more time. And now I can do this, and I can tap this, and that should work. I will draw 1 card here, I believe, because I've only got 5 replacement effects. Oh, and it's a Sarah Sanctum. That's fantastic. I am going to keep the untapped one. That taps for 15. I'm gonna just do this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Play character's desire on something random, doesn't really matter what. And I actually think I'm gonna F6 here. All right, that's great. I'm really glad that I decided to put a Words of Wilding in the deck. Figured it would just be useful for time purposes mostly. Gonna draw some additional cards. I think I'm just gonna let Sylvan Library run its course. All right, let's swing out, see what happens. Except with the Argothian Enchantresses, of course. I don't want to be doing that. This is a lethal attack. They're gonna have to block some number of these. And I'm just going to F6. I don't need to do anything else here. Damage has already been done. I think it's more important that I'm efficient with my time. Swinging out. Don't care that the Argothian Enchantresses are getting feisty. That's fine. I'm F6'd anyway. Okay, fantastic. I got to do the thing. Just gonna write that in my notes. Got to do the thing. That felt really good. I need to optimize for time, which is fortunately something that I am quite good at. It's just going to take me a little bit of practice, that's all. So they have their own aura of silences. I don't think I'm particularly worried about those, though. I think it's all right. What does this hand do? It does Exploration Treva's Ruins things. I'll keep it. I could actually drop Exploration and then Treva's Ruins Wild Growth, and then next turn I could Argothian Enchantress Elephant Grass. That seems like a fine way to accelerate. I think I'm okay with that. Lanes was a fantastic rip. Love that. And now Elephant Grass is in play. That'll save me some life while I continue setting up. Sorry. All right, here we go. Here we go. I think I am just going to play Enchantress's Presence. Start auto-yielding to some of this stuff. Double Sarah's Sanctum, that's pretty good. I like that a lot. Aura of Silence is in play. That's going to make my stuff a little bit more expensive. Don't think I mind. What the heck happened? I'm not sure. Lost some mana, unfortunately. Oh, Elephant Grass is not at 2, it's at 1. Or not at 3, it's at 2. I am going to simply cantrip, I suppose. Try to draw something good here. And I didn't draw anything good. That's fine. Elephant Grass is going to keep me safe for a little bit. All right, continuing to pay for Elephant Grass. That's fine. I think it is time to tap the the Sarah Sanctum. Draw some cards. That's beautiful. Love that. And And now we are cantripping. This is great. Okay, I'm good. I need to find my Words of Wilding here. Do I think they're going to have an instant speed disenchant? I'm not sure. I'm going to attempt to play around it. There's a Words of Worship. That's fine, I guess. I really want another Sterling Grove. Character's Desire. I'm going to have to deal with that. Well, there's 2 Sterling Groves. Oh, I have the Words of Wilding in hand right now. I can just play it. It's free. You can just play it. Well, it's not free, but I have so much mana that it may as well be. Now, the hero has 13 minutes on clock to my 3, so they might be playing some time shenanigans in order to try and win the match. I'm going to have to be very focused in order to make that not a problem. I think I'm just going to go to discard here, and I'm going to do this other stuff next turn. All right, F6ing again. Oh, they're getting feisty with their 1/1s here. Trying to make me declare blockers. All right, let's go ahead and start doing stuff. And that should be good enough. I've created my bears. I'm not going to pay for the solitary confinement on upkeep. I have another one in hand, it just doesn't matter. I think it's time to remove my upkeep stops. Alright, so they're buffing up their creatures here. I don't have any removal for that. And that is actually going to cause some real trouble for me. Not going to draw any cards here. These ones I am going to draw, though. All right, where is it? There it is. I'm just going to have to make enough stuff to where my next attack is lethal. Oh, dang it. I keep forgetting to activate the thing. I think I've actually run out of time. Yeah, I ran out of time. Dang, that sucks. If I had managed my time just a little bit better, then I would have won that match. I clearly had a really good lock in place. I had the ability to make a bunch of bears. It's just my unfamiliarity with how this deck works. Knowing where to click on the board, knowing what hotkeys to use, stuff like that. I had a really good time doing that, though, and I want to move on to match 2. I am on the draw in match 2 versus Psoriasaurus. I love that username. I am going to keep this hand. The Wild Growth allows me to have more mana. And we're just facing something aggressive. Words of Worship is going to be really nice. Oh, right. I took off my upkeep stops last game. I need to put those back. All right, I am taking a bunch of damage very quickly. This is not going to be good for me. Solitary Confinement is great. No, I think I'm just going to invest in the Argothian Enchantress right now. Unfortunately, once I get Solitary Confinement down, then it's just not going to matter. I am taking a lot of damage very quickly, though. I need a white source. Hey, that is a white source. That's fantastic. Now, the question is, do I want to take an additional turn to set up? Do I think I'm going to die from 12 life? I actually believe I could die from 12 life, so I am going to just put this into play now. Yeah, here's the Fire Blast. They're just putting me to as low of a life total as they can. Okay. And I am Stable on turn 3. Barely. I have an Enchantress in play. I have a couple of lands. I have a Solitary Confinement, which I can use to dump this Gaia's Blessing, I suppose. Sylvan Library is not particularly strong. I think that's okay. What will help me find the most stuff the quickest? I think actually I want to tap this for white and then play these ruins, bounce the plains. Play Fertile Ground on the Treva's Ruins. Tapping for double green, I suppose. Okay. And I could just play Words of Worship here. And I think I will. Because I was not as good with my mana as I should have been. Like, I should have been prepared to draw a single green mana costing card or something. Oh, they just wrapped it up. I certainly was not stable. Like, I could have just drawn like 4 lands in a row or something and just died. Oops, I accidentally marked it as a loss, but it was a loss for you, not for me. Okay, that's fantastic, though. So, against the deck with lots of direct damage, lots of burn, and no way to remove enchantments, I am going to be bringing in the Curator's Desires. I will bring in Solitary Confinement. And I'm actually going to side out the Zur's Weirdings entirely. That might be a little bit of a contentious choice, but they don't really have ways to interact with what I'm doing. Like, the only one that I can think of off the top of my head is Powder Keg, and that only destroys artifacts and creatures. So I'm not going to worry about it. What do I need to take out of the deck? Seal of Cleansings, those actually could hit something like a Roiling Vortex, so I think I will leave those in. I think this is just another matchup where I don't need the main board Gaia's Blessings. So I will be taking those out. Yeah, let's go. Siding out a bunch of overcosted blue cards and siding in a bunch of cheap white ones. Oh yeah, it's another Solitary Confinement hand with no engine. That's really risky. I think I am going to keep it. If I find a Enchantress's Presence or something like that, then I'm going to be in really good shape. But the hero has kept 7 here. That's terrifying. Jackal Pups are among their best starts. It's just a 2-power 1-mana creature. Oh, that's a Sylvan Library. That'll help me find stuff. I think I am going to play Brushland into Wild Growth here. And then next turn, I will simply drop Sylvan Library. Oh, to answer your question, Hydrate, the story is that one day I went to a rest stop off of a toll road, and there was this lady that was selling these cheap hats, and she had a pink hat in there, and I was just like, wow, I look good in pink. I love pink. And I bought the hat, and I bought a pair of like plastic glasses that look like toys. So I actually ended up giving those glasses to my son to play with. And then I realized that I looked so good in this pink hat that I wanted to buy a pink suit to go with it. So now I just wear pink now. It's purely just because I love the color pink, and I think I look good in it. Also, thank you for tuning in. So it looks like the hero has played a Bloodstained Mire, fetching out a mountain here for a Pyrostatic Pillar. Whenever a player casts a spell with mana value 3 or less, they take 2. Fortunately, Solitary Confinement stops that. But that does suck. That sucks pretty badly. Would love an engine of some sort. Sterling Grove, huh? Sterling Grove counts. I need to think about this. I believe I can probably win through all of this interaction here, but I don't believe I can do it just by slamming Solitary Confinement right now. So what I would do is I would play Sterling Grove and then immediately pop it for an Enchantress's Presence. And then next turn, I would play Brushland. I would have Presence in hand. Serra Sanctum would tap for 1. I need to play something now. I think, because I wouldn't have the mana necessary to play Enchantress's Presence and Solitary Confinement in the same go. So that means I would need to just drop a bunch of stuff next turn. And I would need to Wild Growth in play now. What does that look like if I put Wild Growth in play right now? I would tap Brushland for green, and I would put Wild Growth on the Serra Sanctum. That would let me go Growth, have green floating from the Brushland. Sanctum taps for 2, and it would tap for 3 once it's enchanted with Growth, and then I could go Growth, pop. And then next turn, Sanctum would tap for 2, 3 off the Wild Growth. And then I would have 4, 5, and then 6 off the land drop. It's not comfortable, but it is possible. Is there a better line? I would instead play out Serra Sanctum now. I would tap it for white, and Wild Growth would add green when I tap Brushland for colorless. I could play Sterling Grove and pop it immediately. Put Enchantress's Presence on top of my deck. And then next turn, I would have Wild Growth, Brushland, Serra Sanctum. I'd have another Brushland in hand. I would have access to 4 mana. I could play out Enchantress's Presence immediately. But But I wouldn't be able to tap the right way to put Solitary Confinement into play as well. I could instead do the Sterling Grove line, grab Enchantress's Presence, put it on top of my deck, put it into my hand, and then next turn only cast Solitary Confinement. I would be left with Wild Growth, Serra Sanctum, Sylvan Library, Brushland, and Enchantress's Presence in hand. I think that actually might be the line. I'm going to take that line. I'm going to play the Serra Sanctum right now. I am going to tap this for colorless. Wild Growth is going to add green. I'm going to tap that for white. Sterling Grove will happen. Pyrostatic Pillar goes off. I can't help that. I'm going to fall to 15. I am going to immediately pop Sterling Grove. And I will grab... I could grab Words of Worship. But I don't have a draw engine, so that's not going to be very helpful. Yeah, this just needs to be an Enchantress's Presence. Okay, and that's my turn. Now they're going to do their worst. I'm going to fall to 13. Wow, they just got another 1-drop, huh? And that is another Pyrostatic Pillar. All right. Well, this sucks. Let me just be on record saying that this sucks. Brushland into Solitary Confinement. I need to tap this for colorless and this for white. And pay green. It's possible that I should not have played out the Brushland. And I should have kept it. I guess I'll find out. All right, now the hero's just going to wait for me to die to my own Solitary Confinement. I do need to get a little bit lucky here. Yeah, just a little bit. This taps for green, that taps for green, that taps for green. This taps for white, but I have 3 green cards that I need to play. So I need to tap the Serra Sanctum now, unfortunately. 4, 5. I could tap this for double green. Cast Enchantress's Presence off the double white. I'm immune to this Pyrostatic Pillar, fortunately. Thanks, Solitary Confinement. And then I would cast Wild Growth on this Brushland. Draw a card here. That's another Serra Sanctum. That's actually not that good right now. Then I can cast Sylvan Library. Wow, and I just bricked. Okay. Totally bricked there. I think I gave it my best go, though. I have to sacrifice the Solitary Confinement now. I am going to get rid of it. I found a Sterling Grove. I will actually activate Sylvan Library here. If I even survive. Oh, that's just a price of progress? Yeah, so I fall to 3. And the Pyrostatic Pillars just finish me off. Or they just have double price of progress. Yeah, that's fine. I think I did my best there, but they came out too fast. Do I want a sideboard? I don't think so. I think that my sideboarding configuration is perfectly fine. Yeah, it's fine. Just gonna go ahead and run it back. Like, I could put in Seal of Cleansing number 3, I suppose, but I'm not going to. All right, I would like to be on the play. This hand has no engine in it. It has a lot of mana. I'm gonna mulligan. This hand has lots of engines and no mana. Down to 5. This has got a Sylvan Library in it. It's the best hand we've seen so far, I think. I am going to bottom the City of Brasses, I think, actually. Yeah, I don't want to be taking damage off that. Do not play Treva's Ruins as your first land. The hero has mulled to 6. Not very common for a red deck to mulligan like that. Yeah, turn 1 Jackal Pup. Here we go. Under the gun immediately. Go ahead and get this Treva's Ruins down. Gonna bounce the Plains. Tap it for green. Play out Sylvan Library. If I can get Words of Wilding online, I can start gaining 15 life a turn, which is going to be a lot of life. It's going to be a bit difficult for me to do, though. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and draw these cards. Do I want an Argothian Enchantress in play right now? Yeah, I do, actually. I'm going to put this on top and this on top. And I can play the Argothian Enchantress off of Sarah's Sanctum. Am I just dead? I certainly hope not. I'm not blocking that. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and draw 2 additional cards here. That is another Enchantress. I am going to keep that, actually. So, Forest on top, Seal of Cleansing on top. Do I think I will live to survive another turn if I don't play Solitary Confinement? The answer to that is a maybe. I've only got the 3 mana right now. Oh, this is a little bit awkward, isn't it? Solitary Confinement also shuts off my Sylvan Library. It might just be Sterling Grove for Words of Worship here. Can I survive that long? They have 3 cards in their hand. I think I need another setup turn. I don't think that I can put stuff into play right now. I've only got 1 green source. So I could cast this Sterling Grove, draw the Seal of Cleansing that's on top of my deck, play Seal of Cleansing off Sarah's Sanctum, pass turn, I don't feel good about this. I think that they just have the win in hand. I don't think I can afford to block here, so I'm not going to. I'm at an effective 5. Oh, that's just another Jackal Pup? Okay, yeah, maybe we have a shot then. Do I pop Sterling Grove? I don't think so. I think I need it for mana for the Serra Sanctum here. Oh, that's interesting. I'm going to keep Serra Sanctum in hand. I'm going to put City of Brass on top and then Fertile Ground on top. Wow, this is really stressful. I only get 1 land drop. And Fertile Ground is on top of my deck here. I think I just need to start chaining stuff together. So that would involve playing Forest into Enchantress into Solitary Confinement. And I could draw the Fertile Ground. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Okay, I need to make sure that I am tapping my mana correctly. This is green. This is white. That's good. Gonna play out Solitary Confinement now. Oh, I guess I don't have the mana to... play out the Fertile Ground, do I? Yeah, I don't. The hero's gonna bring me down to 5. I have the Sterling Grove, though, so I could begin chaining stuff together. Nah, swinging out like I'm gonna block. Nice try. Oh, they had Flaring Pain? Damage can't be prevented this turn? Man. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. Flaring Pain is legal in this format. I might have adjusted how I did things a little bit if I had known that. So I could have potentially grabbed a Words of Worship at some point in here and started just gaining a bunch of life. Dang, that sucks, though. Well played from the hero. Well played. Let's move on to match 3. I'm on the play in match 3 versus 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘. This hand has 2 presence effects in it, or enchantress effects in it. And it's got an exploration, which is pretty good. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this. So, turn 1 exploration. Drop a ruins. And I am going to hold. My opponent is not F6ing. I have a feeling that they might be on some sort of counterspell deck. Oh, that's basic planes for a Mother of Runes? Okay, never mind. Still gonna hold. Argothian Enchantress, go. You know, at this rate, maybe I should have just held the exploration. Oh, it's just the same deck as before, I think. This white aggro deck. That's a Sterling Grove. I think I'm going to invest in that, actually. Although I could also invest in this Wild Growth at the same time. Yeah, I'm going to invest in the Wild Growth at the same time. Actually, am I? Nah, I'm going to play this. Just draw 1 card here. That's an Elephant Grass. That's a good card to draw. So now if they have any sort of main board enchantment removal, they have to go for the Sterling Grove first. Sultari Priest, huh? Protection from red and shadow. Yeah, I'm not removing your stuff anytime soon. Oh yeah, see, they just had the disenchant. Had to go after the Sterling Grove there. And I drew a forest. I could invest in an Enchantress's Presence, and I think I'm going to. All right, White Weenie Warrior, do your worst. I will take 2. Main board disenchants is just crazy to me. It finds targets, obviously, otherwise people wouldn't play it. But it's still just, dang. Yeah, I think this is an Elephant Grass turn. So how do I maximize the amount of stuff I get out of this? I start on a Wild Growth. I can put that on a forest. Oh, and that's just 𝗟𝗓𝗡ing. That is just 𝗟𝗓𝗡ing. Yeah, okay. I'll play 𝗟𝗓𝗡ing. I'm gonna grab a plains here, actually. And now we finally get to kick in that other half of the deck. I kind of want to just stop them from drawing any sort of... Yeah, this is fine. First flying, first strike, and trample, huh? They got a Swords to Plowshares, which is dead. They got a Sultari Priest, which is dead. I'm going to take a little bit of damage here. What is Cataclysm? What does that do? Each player chooses from among the permanents they control an artifact, enchantment, creature, and land and sacrifices the rest? Yeah, no, you cannot have that. I'm gonna fault a 9. 7 if they choose to attack with their moms. And they're not. And I have the solitary confinement in hand, so this just doesn't matter. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and play out our stuff. I could just cast Elephant Grass. No, I'm not just gonna... Actually, I am just gonna... Actually, wow, I'm thinking. I am just thinking. First off, I think Fertile Ground is fine. They are just letting me have cards. But not solitary confinement. Okay. Next up, I have how many enchantments? I have 4 enchantments in hand. That's a lot of enchantments. I have double Gaia's Blessing, though. That's not great. I think I'm just going to do the Elephant Grass. I think I'm not going to worry about it too much. Actually, I'm going to do Elephant Grass off of this. There we go. They let me have the Sterling Grove. That's good for me. Okay, well, next up is solitary confinement, I suppose. They're gonna put all of these cards that they don't want me to have into my graveyard, but then I'm just gonna use Gaia's Blessing to shuffle them back in. And I think I'm fine with it. Oh, actually, I don't have the mana for this. I'm gonna have to play a City of Brass first. This is really interesting. The strategy that the hero is using to get around my Zer's weirding. Destroy all enchantments just in the main? What the heck? Yeah, you can't have that. Just in the main board. They really don't want me playing stuff like this. But the strategy that the hero is using is giving me basically everything that's not like a power card, like these Words of Worships and stuff. And I understand that, but I'm just going to be drawing so many cards that it just doesn't matter. I'm going to discard the City of Brass. No, I'm not going to pay for that Elephant Grass. It's fine. Okay, well... Exploration? Great. I'm going to slowly sort my own deck here. I'm going to sort it by cards that are enchantments and cards that are not enchantments, mostly. They are starting to run out of life here. At some point, they won't be able to influence my draws anymore. Hey, Gaia's Blessing on top of the deck. They had to let me draw that. That's beautiful. Love to see that. And they had to give me an Argothian Enchantress here too. So now I get to play this Seal of Cleansing. And that's 3 flips. Don't even think I'm going to be doing anything else here. Just going to let everything happen. And I am very much overpowering this lock. Gonna get rid of this brushland here. And I have a 3rd Sterling Grove, so I think I'm just gonna go ahead and play it and see what happens. Yeah, they're at 4 life. There's not much more that they can do here. I think I am going to start using Gaia's Blessing. Oh, I can't target myself. Oh, wow. I can't target myself because I have Shroud. That's fair. That's reasonable. I think I might have to do something about that. Yeah, it's time to sacrifice one of these Sterling Groves. I'm going to search for something and put it on top of my deck. Going to search for a Words of Worship. And I think I'm going to do something really interesting here. Something really, really interesting. I'm sacrificing all of my Sterling Groves. I'm going to put Words of Worship on top of my deck. And I'm going to blow up my own Zer's Weirding. I'm also going to sacrifice Solitary Confinement here. Let's use the Sylvan Library. I'm going to put that on top of my deck. I'm actually going to put Words of Worship on top of my deck as well. And now I can... Oh, actually, I want to target my opponent here. Gonna shuffle their stuff in. That's great. Now I can drop Words of Worship. Draw some cards. Play out Sarah Sanctum, and I can activate it some amount of times. Gain a bunch of life here. Cast a Wild Growth on something, I suppose. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, I just switched gears. That is really nice. Okay, and now I am going to shuffle in Words of Wilding back into my deck here. Ooh. I want to do Words of Wilding and only Words of Wilding. Great. I'll F6. I am going to give my opponent a small opening here. With practice, I think I will find more opportunities to have better play. Like, for example, I could have found another Zer's Weirding and put that into play. I just really wanted the one draw. No, I'm not going to activate Words of Worship right now. Found the Words of Wilding immediately. That's fantastic. Now I'm going to go nuts. I have 4 draw effects in play. This will bring it up to 5. Once I cast this Enchantress's Presence. Oh, right. I need to choose my replacement effects first. Still getting used to that. I haven't played Vintage Cube Hydrate. I'm not sure if I enjoy it or not. I probably would. Okay, Enchantress's Presence effect number 6. Oh, I'm creating so many bears. It's lovely. Now I'm gonna F6. I could gain more life. I'm not going to. I just don't think I'm going to die from 19. With 9 bear tokens in play. With my opponent at 4. Yeah, these have shadow anyway. They may as well attack. Oh, they have City of Traders in their deck, huh? Yeah, I don't care about that. Gain a little bit of life, I suppose. And I will gain a little more. Okay, that's fantastic. All right, time to swing out. Enchantresses are getting spicy too. You can block one if you want to. And after a miserable 20-minute long game, our opponent finally bites the dust. Okay. Oh, my goodness. Well, second verse, same as the first. Except let's be faster about it this time, huh? Character's desires are good. Solitary confinement is decent, I suppose. I don't know if I want Null Chamber or not. I feel like Null Chamber is a really skill-intensive card, a skill-testing card, and I just don't have the skill for it. Zur's Weirdings, I think I want to keep in. But I don't think I need all these Gaia's Blessings. I think those can come out. Sterling Grove is really good. Sylvan Library is pretty good at finding things. I don't remember how I did this last time, but what I did last time seemed pretty dang good. Kinda wishing these characters' desires were elephant grass. I'm gonna have to think about that when I'm doing sideboarding tuning next time I boot up this list. That did actually end up being a Zur's Weirding game. But I blew up my own Zur's Weirding. So it's a bit strange. I could take out the Kirster's Desires and just bring in another Solitary Confinement. Oh, and I think I want to bring in the Replenishes. I think those want to come in. So instead of those, I'm going to bring in these. And if I'm doing that, then I would want to get rid of... I guess an Exploration. Yeah, Replenish seems super strong. I'm just going to play that. This hand does Enchantress things. I'm going to keep it. And I'm actually not going to lead on Wild Growth here. I couldn't cast anything. Oh, well, Elephant Grass, I guess. I'm not going to play that yet, though. I am just going to F6. I think I will grab Plains off this one. Get that out of the deck. And then grab Forest off this guy. And then next turn I can start going ham with the Enchantresses. Gonna take a little love tap from this First Strike protection from red creature. They got another one. And a Savannah Alliance. Wow. Yeah. Lots of 2-power stuff there. I could play Elephant Grass this turn. Or I could invest in a Wild Growth. I think my land drop is definitely going to be the City of Brass. And I will Play out my Argothian Enchantress first. And then I think I am going to invest in the Wild Growth here. I can play Elephant Grass next turn. I'm going to take a decent clip of damage. It's not nothing. Just taking 6. Going to 9. At least this opponent doesn't have direct damage. Oh, they left up all of their mana. I don't like that. Why'd you do that? Why did you do that? I'm gonna play Sterling Grove before I play anything else. Okay, I found a Solitary Confinement. Honestly, I might just have to play that. I think I will. All right, here we go. And I'm just all stacked up. I have everything I need. Oh, that is a morph creature? What the heck? Oh man, now I need to do a bunch of searching. Hang on. I'm just looking up what this morph creature possibly could be. Could be a Dawnwing Purist, which deals destroys an enchantment when it deals combat damage to something. It could be a Daru Sanctifier, which destroys an enchantment when it's turned face up. That's pretty much the only one that I'm afraid of, is this Daru Sanctifier. I'm going to put that on screen for you. This guy. It might be this. So I'm really glad that I played out that Sterling Grove when I did. All right, Solitary Confinement is going to happen. Just going to discard the City of Brass. And attempt Sterling Grove number 2. Before I do anything else. Okay, that just happened. I'm gonna play out this Enchantress's Presence now. Actually, I'm gonna play Forest first. Now I'll play the Enchantress's Presence. Okay, I am all rolled up. I will play out Forest, I guess. I'm actually going to try and find a Words of Wilding here. I didn't find it. That's okay. Discard a bunch of lands that I don't need. Discard another land that I don't need. And play out more stuff, I suppose. Love those 1 mana draw 4s. Now that I have another Sterling Grove, I could actually play that and then tutor Words of Wilding to the top of the deck. Yeah, I don't even have any enchantments in my graveyard, so this Replenish is just no good. Yeah, I think I will do that. I'm going to do that off of Serra Sancta mana. 10? Yeah, that's plenty. Words of Wilding. I am also going to play Words of Worship. Beautiful. I think now I am going to activate words a little bit. I have 4 draw effects in play. So that means that I'll have enough mana to play out this Words of Wilding off of my remaining Serra Sancta mana. This will gain me 20 life. I have a land drop, so I can play another Serra Sanctum here. And then I can literally tap that for 11 and then just... But I have 4 draw effects in play. So I can do this how many times? A bunch of times. Make a bunch of bears. Play a Seal of Cleansing, I guess. No, I should play Exploration, right? Yeah, there's still 2 Serra Sanctums left in the deck. I guess I'm not actually drawing any cards here, though, so it doesn't really matter. All right. And I'm going to F6. Oh, okay. It was just an Exalted Angel. I do not care about that. Just discard a bunch of stuff that I don't care about. Okay, so I am at 28 life. I have 8 bears in play. I can put a lot more in play. And I think I will, actually. I think I am going to get rid of my solitary confinement. I think it has served its purpose. And I am going to activate Words of Worship some. Actually, yeah, oh no, Words of Worship, that's fine. Go up to 33, right? Yeah, there we go. All right, Serra Sanctum. Activate Words of Wilding 4 times. Actually, let's do it 8 times. So that I can create 8 bears. Okay, that's much faster. And now I can play Sylvan Library twice. Fantastic. Just gonna let the mana go. Don't need it. Attacking with 8 bears. They can block some number of these. Oh, they actually can block some number of these. Maybe I'm gonna have to make more pairs. Oh, man. That's funny. That's very funny. Yeah, they only took a little bit of damage. Oh, and they get to gain a bunch of life off that Exalted Angel too? Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just make more bears here. Oh, shoot. No, I'm drawing cards. I didn't want to do that. Dang it. Well, I am bad at video. How much mana do I have access to? I still have 5. So I can make more bears this way. Oh, since I auto-yielded to it, I can't hold control and respond to it. That's a bit annoying, I suppose. Wow, this deck takes a long time to wrap up games. My God. And I wanted to make the deck worse by putting 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘 in it. I'm gonna be here for all day playing one league while my opponent just plays Savannah Lions. All right, I'm not going to pay the cumulative upkeep here. I am, however, going to activate this. Actually, no, I'm not. Just going to take the draw and say no to these Sylvan Library triggers. All right, time to swing out. Please win the game. For the love of God, please win the game. I have 16 bears. That's 32 damage. Wow, it's a really good thing I have nice background music, because when you are probably watching this on stream, all of these videos end up in started their lives as streams, by the way. You need something to listen to while I'm sitting here for 20 minutes just clicking words of worship, words of wilding triggers up in the corner here, tapping things and just, wow. I wanted a deck that was Lantern control, and that didn't work out. So I did the next best thing and just stuck 𝗟𝗓𝗪𝗘 in an Enchantress deck. And now everyone is in pain and no one is having fun. On to match 4. You know, I actually might give Vintage Cube a try, the powered or super Vintage Cube or whatever, right? Because I saw Bosch and Roll put out a video on it, and it looked like you just play 8 Moxen in your deck and you just Rollful Stomp everybody, or get Rollful Stomped yourself. Might be a nice change of pace from the stuff that I normally do, you know? I'm on the play in match 4 versus Gaba Man. This hand is certainly keepable. I think I am going to keep it, actually. Double Exploration is interesting. I could go turn 1 Exploration into Treva's Ruins. Turn 2 Argothian Enchantress into another Exploration. And that would let me cantrip. Or I could bank the cards and just play, like, City of Brass Plains. It all starts with City of Brass anyway, right? And let me think. They're F6ing. That tells me they might be on an aggressive deck. I am going to Exploration here. And I am going to invest in the Treva's Ruins now. All right, Forest into Llanowar Elves. No counter spells. I need to find my pieces now. Enchantress's Presence, that's a good rip. I could simply just drop that. Or I could play out this and just drop Argothian Enchantress. And I think that's fine. I'm not going to play out the Exploration yet. Quirion Ranger from the opponent here. They can untap a creature by bouncing a forest. And it looks like they are doing that. So that gives them 3 mana right now, actually. Ugh, Priest of Titania, that's disgusting. So they're going to be able to do some nasty stuff now. But so am I. I could just do Enchantress's Presence. If I hit a land, I can cast Elephant Grass. I didn't hit a land, but I hit Solitary Confinement, which is arguably better than a land. At least in this spot. All right, they need to do some Elf Ball stuff pretty dang quickly. Priest of Titania just casually tapping for 5. But they are untapping it immediately. Not tapping it again immediately. 6 mana in the pool for them. They played a Findhorn Elves, tapping Priest of Titania again. And casting something terrible. A Verdant Force. Just a 7/7 that creates a Saproling every turn. I mean, if that's the best they can do, then I'm not particularly worried. I have double Enchantress, and I have Solitary Confinement. Yeah, let's just go ahead and play Forest. I'm literally just going to cast Solitary Confinement here. Draw a bunch of cards. If I hit a land in these 2 draw steps, then, or draws, then I can play out Sterling Grove on top of everything. And I didn't. But I think that's okay. I'm going to go ahead and play out Exploration. Still didn't hit that land. Hit a bunch of cards, though. That's great. Okay, Elfball, you have vomited out your hand. It's turn 4. You've got a bunch of stuff in play. Can you do anything about what I've got? You're in green, so probably. They're attacking in. That's great. Just out of spite, I suppose. I'm going to discard the Sylvan Library. And we're going to get cooking. So I want to land this Sterling Grove. I think I will actually just do that now. Don't want to risk anything happening to my ability to cast it. All right, that's land drop number 1. I'm going to put Wild Growth on the City of Brass, I suppose. Oh, I need to be casting these enchantresses. What am I doing? What am I doing? Yeah, Orgothian Enchantress, get in play, please. All right, that's 3 cards. I found a Serra Sanctum, but I have 6 green cards in hand, so I can't do anything. I have to pass back. I think here I'm going to discard the Enchantress. Okay. I need access to white. Oh, actually, why am I doing this? Hang on. Slow your roll. How much does Serra Sanctum tap for? 7? That's probably good enough. All right. Presence first. Draw more cards. That's great. Treva's Ruins can bounce Forest. Wild Growth the Plains, I suppose. Draw a bunch more cards. That's good. Second Sterling Grove can come down. I found the Words of Wilding. I'm going to play that. How many Enchantress effects do I have? I have 4. I can make a lot more than 4 Enchantress effects here. How much does this tap for? A lot? Yeah, let's go wild. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare a Thumb War. I'm just learning all of these tiny little optimizations. Things like the system will automatically stack the Enchantress effects because they're both basically equivalent, but it does not auto-stack the City of Traders. So if you click the City of Traders, trigger first, then it will put that on top and then auto-stack everything above it. Just gonna make land drops until I run out of them. That was fast. I could drop Zur's Weirding here. I think I will. Just make sure that they don't have anything that they can do. They don't. Anger and Squee Goblin Nabob is really interesting. That's right, opponent. I know your secrets. Give it up. Now I know they have red cards in their deck. Anger and Squee Goblin Nabob. What do I think of that? What else could they be doing? I'm not sure. I'm burning sideboard time. I don't know enough about the format to have an answer. How do I want to deal with this deck? I want replenishes. I don't think green has enchantment wipes. Character's Desire is not particularly strong. Karmic Justice might be a thing. I think I definitely want another Solitary Confinement. And I guess I'll take out a Gaia's Blessing. Just, I'm not sure what I should be doing here. I think I'm only going to sideboard like this. If Kircher's Desire were Swords to Plowshares, I might bring it in. But I specifically went for Desire because it's an enchantment, even if it is slightly less effective at taking out stuffs like Mother of Runes and Llanowar Elves and stuff like that. This hand has a Sylvan Library in it. I'm going to keep it. Oh, it has 2 Sylvan Libraries in it. I can read. I can evaluate my hands just fine, and I don't just look at a single card in the hand and keep it. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? All right, turn 1 Llanowar Elves. Pass turn, pass turn. And I found a Plains. I think this is actually turn 1 Exploration. And I'm going to use the Windswept Heath to find a basic forest. I kind of want to keep the Wild Growth in hand. Just in case I find an Enchantress. Yeah, that's Basic Mountain. What on earth are you doing with Basic Mountain? Ooh, Sterling Grove. I like that. Well, I'm going to just play out my Sylvan Library, I suppose. I'm not going to do anything else. And with this Words of Worship, I can now start just gaining 15 life a turn if I think I need to do that. All right, that's 5 mana. That's entirely too much mana, I think. Wow. Wow, that happened quickly. That was just 5 mana, just made 9 power. All right, well, I'm in trouble already. Ugh, that's garbage. I haven't found a Solitary Confinement. I have not found any sort of Enchantress. I could put Wild Growth on top of my library, play Words of Worship, and play second Sylvan Library, and then just gain 25 life every turn. I think I'm going to do that. Put the Wild Growth on top. I'm going to pay 4 life to keep that in hand. Going to play out my forests. Going to play my Sylvan Library. Going to play Words of Worship. I am at 2. 3 because they can't keep the deranged hermit around. Wait, no, I'm at 7. But now we get to do the thing, everybody. Let's do the thing. Wow, that deranged hermit was really scary. I'm so glad that they couldn't keep that around. All right, let's dump all of our mana into this Words of Worship. And now we get to see the interaction between Words of Worship and Sylvan Library in much greater detail. I did, in fact, end up testing this out. So what'll happen here is I get to choose my replacement effects. And since I'm going to be drawing cards off the Sylvan Library, I can replace those draws. Ah, yeah. And since I didn't put any card library that I have, as long as I have the mana to do it. Which I think is a pretty dang strong interaction. But the hero has something that they're doing too. Priest of Titania has tapped for a ton of mana. Wow, just for a biorhythm? What the heck? What the heck is this card? Each player's life total becomes the number of creatures they control? What on earth was that? All right, I wasn't expecting that. I was not expecting that in the slightest. How do I play around that? With Zer's Weirding, I guess. Just... what the heck was that? Why do they have Biorhythm? It's just an I win the game card, I suppose? I mean, it definitely won the game. All right, what does this hand do? This hand is City of Brass into Forest Sylvan Library. I cannot play out Sarah Sanctum on turn 1 or 2. It has Zer's Weirding in it. 2 Zer's Weirdings, actually. It's not great. But I can't believe I just lost a Biorhythm. What the heck? All right, the hero has mulled to 6. I am going to play my City of Brass, and I'm going to pass. Turn 1 elves from the hero here. And I am going to drop this Sylvan Library. I have the fetch land to help shuffle what I see. That's really nice. Okay, can we please not have a Priest of Titania plus Quarian Ranger start again? The answer is no. I mean, yes, technically, but also screw you for having enchantments. Emerald Charm just destroyed that. Oh, well. Oh, better lucky than good. Better lucky than good. And I am going to put this Windswept Teeth into play now. Not fetching on my end step. Oh, just naturalize. Okay. The hero here doing their absolute best to just keep me off everything. And now I just have nothing. I could play Zer's Weirding, but it's not particularly good for me. Or I could just Gaia's Blessing into Sylvan Library. All right, you know what? Fine. I accept these terms. I don't want a white source. What the heck is happening? I have played 3 Sylvan Libraries this game. The first 2 just ate a bunch of removal. The third one ate removal too? Is their hand just naturalizes and Emerald Charms? Chat, am I cooked? I'm cooked. I'm officially cooked. I have nothing going on. If I play out Zer's Weirding, then I die. In my defense, it took 3 naturalize effects to get to this point. Oh my god, they have Survival of the Fittest. Yeah, there's no way I'm winning this. Just going to play out my hand and slowly die to these 2 elves that will become 5 elves that will become 29 elves. They're discarding an Elvish Champion, which gives all of their stuff. Oh, yeah. Nope, that's fair. Discarding the Sweet Squee. Okay. And I think I now know why they have these red cards in their deck. So they can use Squee to get card advantage from Survival of the Fittest. So they can use Anger to give their stuff haste. And here they go, discarding the Anger. Yep, their stuff has haste now. Very well-built deck here, I think. So now they've just got a bunch of stuff in play. This Yavimaya Granger is going to be able to... Oh, nope, they're bouncing it so that they can do more things. Thought they were just going to hit me for 2 or 3 or whatever, but no, they're just keeping open green mana, presumably for an Emerald Charm in hand. Okay, well, I drew an Argothian Enchantress. Can I do anything with this? Not right now, no. Just gonna have to play it and hope for the best. Fortunately, there's no Reclamation Sage in this format, but that doesn't mean that there are not other things that can do more or less the same thing. Ugh, their whole deck has haste now. This Priest of Titania has haste. Well, I'm F6ing, but I'm sure they can do something to win the game here. Deranged Hermit is a good start. All of the squirrels have haste too. Wait, did they just bounce the Deranged Hermit and they're gonna recast it to get 4 more squirrels? Oh my god. I am going to die to squirrels from a Deranged Hermit. You know what? I take it. I take it. I take it. That was wild. I surrender. I die to the squirrels. You got me. You got me. You just... Okay, I'm having a lot of fun, even though I am losing horribly. Ugh. Fine. On to match 5. I am on the play in match 5 versus Godly Fire, huh? Well, this hand's unkeepable. Mulligan. Wouldn't have kept that if it was just, if the Trevor's Runes was something else anyway. This hand, though, is definitely keepable. I will keep it and bottom one of the lands. Honestly, probably the Ruins. Oh, the hero's mulling to 5. Why are they mulling to 5? I don't know. Just gonna go ahead and play this Brushlanded pass turn. Save that Windswept Heath for the Sylvan Library. A swamp. Am I getting duressed? Oh, it's just a Carnophage. Okay. So it is an aggressive black deck. Surely I'll be able to handle this, right? Oh, maybe not. Because I just got unmasked. Douthie Slayer, huh? It's just a 2/2 unblockable that attacks each combat? Okay. Oh, they took my Sylvan Library and not my Argothian Enchantress. That's interesting. Well, I ripped the Enchantress's presence, so I guess I am going to draw a bunch of cards. Don't know if I'm going to do it quickly enough. But if I do find a solitary confinement or a way to find solitary confinement relatively soon, then double Enchantress is going to be very good for me. Come on, tap your Carnophage. You know you want to. Aw, they paid the life. Come on, mate. I guess the good thing is that now they only have 2 cards in hand. So I guess the worst they can do is cast a Dauthi Horror that has super unblockable. Almost. Okay, well, I am taking damage here. I think I want green. No, I want white. No, I want green. Does it really matter? I've got a Brushland and a City of Brass. All right, that's Words of Worship. That's a start. No, I'm not blocking. Thank you for asking, though. All right, that is a Hypnotic Spectre. Is it discard at random? It is discard at random. For that reason, I believe I need to get my Words of Worship down now. I am going to fetch off of this Windswept Heath. And this time I'm going to find a plains. Colorless, green, white. And I think I do actually want to cast the wild growth. I'm going to put it on the forest. This puts me down to 3. After their attack, that is. All right, F6. And I'm now at the point to where I can gain some life. It would be very interesting to see what they hit off this Hypnotic Spectre, though. They hit the Enchantress's Presence. That was basically worst case scenario, I think. I am going to take a natural draw here. Oh, I just drew another Presence. So how do I want to do this? I can play 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 Sanctum. I would have access to 1, 2, 3. No, wait, that's not an enchantment. 1, 2, 3 mana. I think Sanctum's just correct, so let me just get that out of the way. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right now. I could do it like this. Gain just a little bit of life. Play Words of Worship off of the colorless, then cast Enchantress's Presence. Oh, shoot. I forgot to activate Words of Worship. I guess that's fine, though. No, I had activated it one time. Okay, that's good. That's good. Now I have 1, 2, 3, 4. So when I tap this 𝗟𝗓𝗩𝗘 Sanctum, I will go up a little bit. And I have a City of Brass that I also think I need to tap. And I can activate words one more time. 2 more times. I can actually activate it 3 times. Gain a bunch of life. And that put me up to 22. All right. I have Zur's Weirding in play right now, or in hand at least. The hero has 1 life, or 1 card in hand. They have 2 cards in hand now that they've drawn. I guess I could have actually really screwed myself, because now if this Hypnotic Spectre hits the Zur's Weirding and I don't draw an enchantment, then I am in trouble. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Okay. So now I can cast Zur's Weirding off of this City of Brass. Tapping this forest as well, and tapping like that. Do I want to gain any life? I want to gain a little bit of life. Yeah, I'll gain a little bit of life. I'm going to just pay 1 into this. Gain some life, draw some cards. Now I've got Zur's Weirding in play. Gonna play that out. And I think I'm not going to be doing any more shenanigans. I think I'm just gonna cast this Enchantress's Presence now. Oh, and they just gave it up. All right, I'll take that. I will take that. So Words of Worship stabilized that game. They had a bunch of stuff that was unblockable effectively. This Stealthy Horror, this Hypnotic Spectre. Words of Wilding would not have helped in that situation. But Words of Worship allowing me to just draw a bunch of cards and replace those draws with life actually helped out a lot. I think that I could have balanced it a little bit more. I don't think I needed to be at as high of a life total, but I definitely wanted more cards. So maybe in the future, I should be mindful of that. This is literally just a mono black deck. I am going to be bringing in Kirtor's Desire. And I will be siding out probably 2 of my Gaia's Blessings, honestly. I've been doing that a lot this league. And maybe a single Seal of Cleansing. This hand's unkeepable, no mana. This hand is keepable, it has mana in it. And I actually think I'm going to bottom the 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗡. The hero again molded 6. Don't duress me, bro. Oh, I'm getting duressed. Well, my hand is relatively resilient against a duress. I have the Sylvan Library, which I might be interested in, but besides that, I have double Enchantress. And they just went for Sylvan Library. Can't blame them. I don't have any plays, and I would want to draw a land anyway, so I'm not going to be fetching off of this Windswept Heath. All right, that's a 2-mana 2-drop. And they just conceded the match? Seriously? Come on, that's no fun. Let me play with my food for a little bit first, at least. Just scooping it up to double Enchantress. Wait, is this what it feels like to be on the other side of Thoughtseize You Concede? Oh, that's beautiful. I don't mind that at all. Maybe they just had better things to do with their life than to spend the next 40 minutes struggling underneath of a Enchantress lock. Can't blame them for that. Let's go ahead and wrap up the league. Okay, I'm going to take a second to address chat. Tuna, I am winning a little bit. I'm winning a little bit. This league could have been a 3-2 if I had been better with my clock. And let me check my match notes. I think it actually could have just been a 3-2 because the second and fourth matches were just absolutely wild. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. And yeah, there's not any, I changed the deck basically completely. Just trying out something new instead of the artifact-based list that I had before. I am going to go ahead and properly wrap up now. Where are you, 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗡? 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗡 is a double-edged sword. I had some instances where 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗡 protected me from stuff that would have otherwise just absolutely ruined my life. Like the beginning of match 3, the first game in match 3, where I used 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗡 to get rid of the main board, destroy all enchantments that they had for some reason. I don't know why, but they had it in the list and 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗡 got rid of it for me. But it also brought the opponent down all the way to 4 life, which was decent. I was actually able to power through my own 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗡 lock fairly well. But also, if you don't have everything set up properly, then 𝗟𝗡𝗠ing is really bad. So I don't know. Maybe 2 weirdings is actually too many weirdings. Maybe I just want 1. And I still want the ability to cast them. But I'm not sure. I liked 𝗟𝗡𝗠ing. I like the play patterns of 𝗟𝗡𝗠ing. I just don't know if I want to be playing 2 of them, especially with all of the card draw and all of the tutoring that I have. The triple Gaia's Blessing. Honestly, triple Gaia's Blessing seemed like a lot of Gaia's Blessing. I was citing that out quite frequently. I might trim a weirding and a Gaia's Blessing and bring in more stuff like Elephant Grass, maybe. I like the play patterns of this Enchantress build. I like being able to draw lots of cards. I like being able to hold off assaults using Enchantresses present. I think that Sterling Grove is great. I think Exploration is pretty good. I now understand why Exploration is in the deck, and it's so that you can chain together all of these Sacrosanctums when you really start to get going. And you have 23 lands, so sometimes you just got 3 or 4 lands in hand, and you can just dump all of them out. So I like Exploration. I think I'm going to keep it in, maybe not as a 3 of, maybe only as a 2 of. I'm not sure. This deck compared to the first deck I played. If y'all watched the video that Crucible of Words released on the first deck that I submitted to his channel, he said that Wand of Denial is absolutely complete garbage. And based off of my own testing, I fully agree with him. 𝗟𝗡𝗠ing is the lock that you want, and I want to be maximizing my chances of doing that. The artifact-based build just didn't really do that. Yes, it had Enlightened Tutors, I suppose, but one of the comments that I had on it was that the deck just didn't really have a way to break the parity on the lock. A deck like this, with a bunch of card draw and a bunch of card advantage engines, can break through that parity. Ugh. Let me say that again. A deck like this, with a bunch of card draw and card advantage engines, can break that parity. That can, you know, activate Words of Worship multiple times a turn. And I think that this is just what I'm going to be doing from here on out. I think I'm going to abandon that artifact-based build. You know I love artifacts, but I also love enchantments too, so we're going to just be doing both. And also, this deck doesn't die to No Rod, so I have that going for it. But yeah, I like the deck. I am going to be playing this again at some point, just tweaking a couple of the numbers and seeing how it goes, and definitely practicing all of my clicking and figuring out what sequence to put things and what hotkeys to be held and stuff like that. So yeah, thank you for tuning in, everybody. I really appreciate y'all coming in. I am actually going to be starting a second league here. This is the first time I have ever done this. Play 2 leagues back to back like this. I'm just going to double check, make sure that my life isn't blowing up first. But yeah, I should be able to do it. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, everything is fine. So give me just a little bit. I am going to restart the stuff that I need to restart, and I am going to boot up a Lantern Control League. I'll be right back. Give me like 5 or 10 minutes. Oh, sorry, I'm doing some things. Give me a second. Okay. No, actually, I didn't miss Ensnaring Bridge. I think that the tech that was in the deck was good enough. I had a trick that I actually did use, which is Words of Worship to gain life, paired with Sylvan Library. So because Sylvan Library has you draw additional cards, those draws can be replaced with Words of Worship and Words of Wilding replacement effects. What the net result is that if you have the mana for it, instead of simply gaining 5 life a turn, you gain 5 life a turn plus an additional 10 life for each Sylvan Library that you have in play. So there was one turn that I had at match 4 where I had 2 Sylvan Libraries and a Words of Worship and 5 mana, and I just gained 25 life. Now, my Elves opponent just untapped and biorhythmed me, but if they hadn't done that, then that would have been really clutch. And that is one of the reasons that I put Sylvan Library in the deck, actually, is to make it so that I could have that interaction. So no, Ensnaring Bridge was not missed. I did not want Ensnaring Bridge at all. And honestly, the deck is just drawing too many cards for Ensnaring Bridge anyway. I'm going to go back to doing my thing. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, as a reminder to everybody, I am going to be switching decks and switching everything. Oop, that's still in the wrong spot. Hang on. Okay, so I'm going to be switching everything around. We are going to be playing Lantern Control today. I will leave this on screen while I go take a small break, just to clear my head and get mentally prepared for what's happening next. I will be back in a few minutes. All right, give me a second. All right, sorry for the delay, everybody. Okay. I think I'm in a good spot now. So, second deck of the day. Lantern Control, of course. I have been on a kick with Orcish Bowmasters lately. I have decided that I don't want Orcish Bowmasters anymore. At least for this deck. Oh, did I? Yeah, I already did that. Okay. Hang on a second. Don't need to... do this. Okay. So I decided that I didn't want to play Orcish Bowmasters, at least for this build. I realized that Orcish Bowmasters is really good at, you know, trading for things and jockeying for power and stuff, but then I wondered, like, what would happen if I just played Pyroclasm and the Meat Hook Massacre in the main instead? So I'm going to test that out today, going maximum interaction, which is something that Taddy99 does in his builds, actually. Okay, that's very good. Of course I have a life outside of it. I am going to attempt to run through this league fairly quickly. I want to be done by 5:30 Eastern. We're gonna see how that goes. But yeah, I'm trying stuff out. Cling to Dust in the main because I can't think of a 60th card. Bloodchief's Thirst, Pyroclasm, Meat Hook Massacre, all of the interaction. And consistency, just these 4 piddly Profane Tutors. I'm going to run this in, and I'm going to see how it goes. Give me just a second, I'm getting set up. Excellent. I am on the play in match 1 versus Dusk Bay Wolf, I guess. Duskmorn Bay Wolf. This is a perfectly serviceable hand. It has a bridge, it has Inquisition, it has a little bit of interaction. And it has half a lock. Let's go ahead and Inquisition our opponent and see what's up. Ugh. Some disgusting BS. If I take Rite of the Reliquary, then they just unearth it. I think I'm just going to take the unearth, honestly. What a horrid hand. I hate that hand. All right, so they're on some sort of black-green graveyard-centric reanimator shenanigans of some sort. Ooh, and I just hit a lantern. Love that. Profane Tutor on top of my deck. I'm going to play out Pixis because I don't want Profane Tutor right now. I want another land. Like, I can survive another turn without a land if I really need to. And right now, it seems like the only problem I'm going to have is this White of the Reliquary. Looks like they are casting that on curve. That's beautiful. Oh, I needed to activate Pixis on their... whatever, man. Ugh. I tabbed past it because I was too busy talking. How annoying. Yeah, I am just going to go ahead and Bloodchief's Thirst this now. Play out my Shredder. They can have Flare of Malice, that's fine. So now their hand basically just attacks, and that's more or less it. Oh, they have a Cling to Dust in their graveyard too? So this game will be a little bit interesting. Oh, and they just told me what the last card in hand that I didn't know about was. That's a Stitcher Supplier. Yeah, that's fantastic. You can have that. All right, so they're going to bring back a Bloodghast. It's not really going to matter that much. Weird art on this Bloodghast, by the way, from the Ether Drift set. Like, what the heck is this supposed to even be? A vampire spirit, huh? Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Bloodghast is fine. I'm just going to draw this basic swamp. I am going to cast my Ensnaring Bridge, and I'm going to pass turn. The screws are coming down. The chains are extending. And they just give it up. Wow, that's all it took was an Ensnaring Bridge in play. Just didn't want to play anymore? All right, fine. I'll take my easy wins where I can get them. I am perfectly okay with this. So this looks like it is mostly a black deck. I don't think I want to be mooning them a lot. I could moon them, but I don't want to be mooning them. I'm really glad that I decided to put my Blood Moons and Magus of the Moons and stuff in the sideboard for this deck. Normally I have them in the main deck when I'm playing red, but this time I decided to put them in the side because I figured main deck Pyroclasms would be better, and it looks like I am just correct here. I'm going to be bringing in my Soul Guide Lantern. I think not much else, though, if I'm going to be completely honest. I kind of want to leave my Bloodchief's Thirst in. I could side out the Underworld Cookbook if I think I'm going to be in a difficult spot. I didn't get to see much of their deck, but I have to assume that they might have some sort of like Marionette Apprentice sort of thing going on. And if that's the case, then I kind of want the Cookbook in my deck. Cling to Dust is Graveyard Hate. That could be relevant. Grafdigger's Cage is good against them. Pithing Needles could be relevant, I guess. I'm gonna side out the Underworld Cookbook. Ooh, I could actually side out a Thoughtseize. I will side out one Thoughtseize in favor of a Soul Guide Lantern. Don't know if this is correct or not. Oh, this hand's beautiful. Yeah, I keep these. Inquisition into Bloodchief's Thirst into Ensnaring Bridge. Oh, that's great. Verdant Catacombs pass from them into double Ensnaring Bridge. So now the question is, do I want to fetch a Blood Crypt here? With the understanding that I might have to cast a Pyroclasm later on? I think the answer is no. I'm gonna need another land anyway. All right, so I'm gonna take the Orcish Bowmasters out of this hand, and I'm gonna make them commit to the white of the Reliquary. Oh, they binned another white, huh? That's fine. And yeah, they committed. And now I get to just play this for Mori Vault. Bloodchief's Thirst, they're white. And then cast Pixis. And now I am in a waiting room for a land. Maybe a Lantern. Urza Saga would be both. That would be great. Oh, and I just got Break the Iced. Sure. So that takes a land out of my out of play here. And now I am actually in a little bit of trouble, aren't I? Their hand is Bloodghast, Verdant Catacombs. Oh, I think their hand might not be Verdant Catacombs. I think it might just be Overgrown Tomb. But they definitely have an unknown card in there. If that card is just a blank, then this Thoughtseize is not very good. I think I am just going to develop Pixis. Well, I got one of my lands destroyed for 2 mana, so I am in a little bit of trouble here. Oh, actually, I think they played both. Nope, they didn't play both. Okay. Dang, that Break the Ice was so good. I am going to Thoughtseize them now, and it's literally just 2 fetch lands. Sure, so I just took 2 damage for no reason. At least I still have a Bloodchief's Thirst in hand. That can kill a creature if I really need it to. Probably not this Bloodghast, because they can just bring that back super easily. Augury Trawler, huh? That was a really good top deck from them. I need running lands here. Blackcleave Cliffs. That's perfect. Going to suspend Profane Tutor. At the bare minimum, that is a Urza Saga in like 2 turns. I do need my opponent to not draw particularly well here. If they draw like a Boseiju or something, then I'm in bad shape. I could Bloodchief's Thirst the Bloodghast and then Cling to Dust it. I think I'm going to do that. Just getting it out of my hand. Oh, but they're being smart. They didn't crack their Verdant Catacombs. Well, let's see what happens here. Yeah, that Thoughtseizing me. Okay. Well, I am going to... Actually, am I going to take the Bloodghast, or am I going to take the White of the Reliquary? I'm going to take the White, actually. That'll gain the life, make it so that Bloodghast doesn't have haste. And Thoughtseize resolves, it sees double Ensnaring Bridge. They're cracking the Verdant Catacombs now to bring back Bloodcast, but it doesn't have haste because I'm at too high of a life total now. All right, Profane Tutor is coming off Suspend right on time as usual. And I am going to get Urza Saga. That's just land for Ensnaring Bridge now. And it's Lantern of Insight in a couple of turns. Ah, they had to break the ice. You know what? That's fine. Urza Saga did the job that it needed to do. And now they've got a White of the Reliquary as well. That can start tutoring for things. Oh, and that Thoughtseize was just bad. Bad draw. And now I feel like I am behind. My Urza Saga is gone. I can't find Lantern of Insight. Oh, yeah, they just top decked the Abrupt Decay. All right. Yeah, I am dead here. That's 3, 5, 8. I'm just dead. Love it. That game went really quickly, though. Like, it was just a complete blitz. The Break the Ice was pretty dang critical both times. And, yeah, they were able to double Thoughtseize me. Or was it double Thoughtseize? No, it was just single Thoughtseize. To take one of my Ensnaring Bridges and then Abrupt Decay the second one because I just couldn't find a lock. Well played, opponent. Really well played. I will see what I can do about this. I don't think it is too terribly much. They had a lot of non-basic lands. A lot of green that they didn't really use. I think I might want to take out the Pyroclasms and bring in Molten Collapses instead. Keeping them off of White of the Reliquary is just so important. I don't think I'm going to be mooning them. Moon. This is a good hand. I'm going to keep this. What happens if I get turn 1 Thoughtseized on this hand? They take my Profane Tutor because I would be playing Lantern of Insight instead of Thoughtseize. I'm just really thinking about this. I have a lot of different options. I could turn 1 Lantern, expect to get Thoughtseized. Turn 2, maybe suspend Profane Tutor. I could turn 1 Thoughtseize them, turn 2 Lantern Pixis, hold Profane Tutor. I could Thoughtseize and Profane Tutor and give up on the lock in the short term. They kept 7, not giving me a lot of information here. The chances that they have a relevant turn 1 play are pretty low, but I still want to give myself the option of either Lantern Pixising or Profane Tutoring next turn. And in order to do that, I need to cast Thoughtseize now because Thoughtseize just has to happen. Yeah, they had the Thoughtseize. Oh. but they don't have another land. But I don't think I can safely keep them off of lands with the Thoughtseize in hand. So I think I just need to take Thoughtseize here, unfortunately. Thoughtseize your Thoughtseize, it's a classic play. Oh, they top decked a Thoughtseize anyway. Absolutely brutal. And now they get to think about how to attack my hand. If they leave me with Profane Tutor, then that's just Ensnaring Bridge. If they leave me with Lantern, then I can go Lantern Pixis, even if they take the Profane Tutor. Is it weird to say that I'm kind of relieved that I'm getting Thoughtseized? Because now I don't have to make the skill-intensive decision of what to play next turn? Oh, they took Pixis. That's just wrong, right? Especially since I just top-decked one. Oh, that's beautiful. I believe I am going to suspend Profane Tutor. I think I can afford to wait on the lock for just a little longer. All right, the hero has basic swamp here. I feel like if they had a green source, then they would have played it. Interesting, just passing turn, huh? I did find a Mox Opal. I think I'm going to cast that. And I'm just going to cast out my hand. Now I need to think about what they could have. Likely just Orcish Bowmasters for the most part. Yeah, here it is. I think next turn I might just make a really big construct. Okay, here comes a Stitcher Supplier. Wait, no, what am I kidding? I have a Profane Tutor on suspend. I can just grab Ensnaring Bridge. Crime and Punishment? I haven't seen this card in a very long time. All right, so they had a Thoughtseize as their last unknown card in hand. What that means is I need to, first off, take this Crime Punishment. That needs to go. Oh, I found the Ensnaring Bridge anyway. I could simply refuse to cast the Profane Tutor. I don't think that's correct. I think it's worth taking a little bit of damage from holding a card in hand, even if I do find something that's uncastable. Yeah, I'm gonna grab the Ensnaring Bridge here. Oh, and I found an Urza Saga, which is like best case scenario. Okay, what do I want to do for this one? I think this just has to be Grafdigger's Cage. That shuts off the Chthonian Nightmare in their hand. Okay, Ensnaring Bridge is in play. They have basic Swamp in hand now. That triggers their Bloodcast, but it can't come back. Bloodcast out of hand, that's fine. And I'm okay with how everything is right now. I'm going to Thoughtseize them. Take the White of the Reliquary. And I am just going to read Chthonian Nightmare real quick. Just to make sure I'm not missing something. They can pay energy and sack a creature and bounce it to their hand to bring a creature from their graveyard to the battlefield. So this is a sack outlet, which means that they can sacrifice their Stitcher supplier. All right, I think I'm just gonna have to be okay with that. All right, I don't really want them having an Unearth on top of their deck, so I am gonna take it. Ooh, yes please, though. Codex Shredder is beautiful. Gonna grab Pixis of Pandemonium. Make my lock just a little stronger. Now it's a lot stronger. And now the game's over. Yep, here we go. They give it up. Thanks for conceding as opposed to just playing it out for like 10 turns. Like, although I guess they could have played it out for 10 turns and I would have not have necessarily been upset about it. But, you know, it's perfectly fine. I guess with Chthonian Nightmare, they could have milled over something with the Stitcher supplier that I would have cared about potentially. But even if they have like a flashback card or something that they can cast from the graveyard or activates from the graveyard or something, Grafdigger's Cage more or less has that whole thing covered. So I don't think I was particularly worried about it. Not that big of a deal. Let's go ahead and move on to match 2. And yeah, Tuna, I guess they could have done the Orcish Bowmaster sacrifice the token thing, but I wasn't drawing any cards. So I don't think that really goes like infinite or anything like that, or lets them grind. Especially since they can't like stack Bowmasters to bring back Bowmasters or something because of the Grafdigger's Cage. That's fine. Let's move on to match 2. I appreciate the kind words, Tuna. In all fairness, though, I think that my opponent was playing a deck that wasn't very good against mine. I'm on the play in match 2 versus Nick Damien. This hand has 4 lands, but all the non-land cards are pretty decent. Oh, but they revealed a Kahira the Orphan Guard, huh? So in this situation, I am going to value the Fomori Vault above everything else, basically. Kahira basically only means blue-white control. Ensnaring Bridge is mostly going to be a blank against them. I want a lock. I'm going to mulligan. Well, I found my lock. I'm gonna keep this, actually, and I'm gonna bottom the Grafdigger's Cage to do it. hero's just giving up a ton of information with this Kahira reveal. Just gonna play Verdant Catacombs Pass. I have a Surveil land in this build, so I'm going to use it. And yeah, 𝗟𝗡𝗩, I suppose you're right. It could mean that they're on elementals, but it also most likely doesn't. Yeah, Plains Pass. I don't know. It was a bit of a gamble for sure. Grabbing that Surveil land. Do I want a second discard spell? I think I do, actually. I'm going to take that over a Lantern of Insight. Oh my god, what on earth is this? It's none of the above. This is mono white land destruction. Oh my goodness, jeez Louise. They can March of Otherworldly Light something, which I think is the most relevant thing that they have. Get Lost doesn't interact with artifacts in any way, so I don't care about that. I'm going to take the March, and I'm going to play Bloodstained Mire, and I'm going to pass. I have 4 basic lands in this build, 3 swamps and 1 mountain. What on earth is going on? Maze Mind Tome? Excuse me? Just drawing cards for freezies? What is going on here? Can I please find a Lantern of Insight? Pretty please. No. The answer is no. I can only find a bunch of stuff that I don't care about. I guess I could have taken Restoration of Aganjo like twice. I don't think that's particularly good. Okay, so they are scrying with Maze Mind Tome here. Putting it on the bottom. Wish they'd put it on top. Demolition Field is down. Restoration is now down. Well, the hero's certainly not going to run out of lands anytime soon. I'll go ahead and play out my basic Swamp and Shredder, and I think I will actually fire off a single Inquisition, but I'm going to hold the other one. Yeah, I'll take the Restoration of Aganjo here. Well, fortunately, their hand's kind of garbage. But also, I have nothing going on. If I can find a Profane Tutor or a Lantern of Insight at any point, then I am in good shape. Yep, they're ramping their planes. I kind of expected that. Planes out of hand. And they're going after my non-basics. That's okay. I'm gonna grab basic Swamp here. We are in a Lantern of Insight waiting room. Now that they've used the Demolition Field, I would also take an Urza Saga. Or I'll take a basic Mountain, I guess. And now the Maze Mind Tome's going to start taking over. I don't like that. I don't have a Pithing Needle for that. Right. This becomes a creature on the other side. And it'll start beating me down. Maybe I should have valued that differently. Oh my god. Blast Zone just randomly? Really? Alright, whatever. I'm not winning this game if it wasn't obvious. Yeah, I'm definitely not winning this game. Blackcleave Cliffs enters tapped, unfortunately. And if they just blow the Blast Zone now, that means I can't even do anything about, like, sacrificing the Codex Shredder to get something out of my graveyard. I just didn't have a lock this game and it showed. Field of Ruin 2. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. I am actually going to fetch here. Trying to discourage their use of these various blowing up land things, I guess. Not that it matters. Oh, I milled a lantern. Not that it matters anymore because they just have Blast Zone in play, right? Oh, I have Ensnaring Bridge. That can provide a distraction. Force them to use the Blast Zone. And they have just straight gas in hand. So Winds of Abandon get lost. March of Otherworldly Light is in there. And another Restoration. I have to take the March. It's the only thing they have in hand that directly interacts with artifacts. Well, I'm glad that I held that third discard spell. And I bet now they're glad that they held their Blast Zone, too. Okay, they're going to draw a card here. Maze Mind Tome, huh? Oh, that's a second Blast Zone? That's so rude. That is so incredibly rude. I want my money back. Now watch, I'm going to mill over a Pithing Needle. I'm going to draw a land. Oh, I milled over Pyroclasm, huh? All right, in that case, I'm going to draw a Pithing Needle right now. Nah, oh well. Do I even do anything here? I could grab Blood Chief's Thirst. Kill the Architect of Restoration. That doesn't seem like a very good use of my resources. I think I actually might be out of fetchables. Yeah, they're going to blow up one of the Blast Zones here. I am going to use Codex Shredder to return Lantern of Insight to my hand. If I had a Pithing Needle, I would have returned that instead. But I didn't, so I didn't. Right, they just get to bring the Blast Zone back into play here. Disgusting. How horrible. At least it enters tapped, jeez. A Pithing Needle would go a really long way, though, so I'm not dead yet. I'm not giving up. I drew the Meat Hook Massacre. That's not a particularly good piece of interaction, I think. I am going to play it out. And I'm going to F6. I'm not going to think too terribly hard about this particular deck and how this build interacts with this deck, because who plays mono-white land destruction? But it is important to note that Meat Hook Massacre would have been a consistency piece of some sort, probably a Mishra's Bauble, if I had decided to build the deck that way. I just can't believe that everyone was wrong. We were all wrong about what this deck was. We were all just so wrong about what this deck is. Oh, they had the March of Otherworldly Light anyway. I mean, they've drawn half their deck at some point, at this point. Like, I'm not surprised. It's just disappointing. And they have another Maze Mine Tome, so they'll be able to break out of whatever piddling lock I attempt to assemble now. I can Thoughtseize them. 3, 6, 7, 8. I am going to gain information here. Not that I think it matters. I'm pretty sure I know what their hand is. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'll concede the game. I got no lock. That's what happened. So it looks like this deck just doesn't play creatures. And I need to be aware of that. Interestingly enough, Blood Moon and Magus of the Moon would both actually do something. They would shut off the hero's land destruction effects. Things like Blast Zone would not be a problem. Demolition Field wouldn't be a problem. I have half a mind to bring in the moon effects against the mono white land destruction deck with like 20 basic planes in it. But I'm going to see what I have first. Grafdigger's Cage, get out of the deck. Pithing Needles, stay in. That will be useful to put on like a Field of Ruin or something. Underworld Cookbook, get out of the deck. Pyroclasms, get out of the deck. Meat Hook Massacre, get out of the deck. Blood Chief's Thirst, cling to dust, get out of the deck. Okay, that's every single flex slot gone. And you know what? You know what I just found out? You know what I just discovered? This is a clean sideboard mapping. I could literally just do this. Do I want these Molten Collapses in the deck instead? With the understanding that Clarion Conqueror exists in the format. I have a hunch that they might have Pithing Needles. So maybe I do want some of those in. And it looks like they had a lot of creature removal, so maybe I'm going to side out a couple of Magus of the Moons. All right, let's see if I regret this or not. Literally just wishing I could play like 8 Lanterns and 12 Milrocks here. That's all I want. I mean, make a wish and it comes true. I'm going to keep this hand. Now I need to decide what I need to do here. I think it starts with fetching down to 17 and casting Duress. Just need to see what my opponent's doing. Need to see if I need to Pithing Needle something. Oh, they mold to 5. They mold to 5. Oh, bless your heart, hero. You mold to 5. Thank you so much. Let's make this very easy now. They do have a Get Lost in hand, which, when coupled with this Urza Saga, is going to cause a lot of trouble for me, actually. Oh, but I guess it just doesn't matter, because now I can suspend Profane Tutor. Like, they just have to main phase this Get Lost, right? Like, they just had to main phase... Nope, they didn't have to main phase the Get Lost. They just played Maze Mind Tome. Okay. That's fine, I guess. Profane Tutor's still on suspend here. Oh, I have the Blood Moon. How do I want to do this? Do I want to Pithing Needle the Maze Mind Tome right now? I might actually be inclined to trick them into drawing cards with Maze Mind Tome so that they can not play the Get Lost this turn, and then my Profane Tutor can come off suspend. I'm going to lead on a Lantern of Insight here. That's a Candy Trail. That's not great. If they have a land in hand, then they can Candy Trail into draw off of Maze Mind Tome. Or I could just Pithing Needle Maze Mind Tome. Or, double or, I could play Codex Shredder. And then... maybe I land Blood Moon. Maybe I Pithing Needle the Blast Zone. I don't know. They are just going to scry with the Maze Mind Tome here. Put Candy Trail at the bottom, reveal the Candy Trail underneath of it anyway. Oh, they're tapping the Blast Zone to play Candy Trail. Oh, this is gonna be great. Got both cards on top. Do I Blood Moon this opponent? Huge question here. Do I Blood Moon this opponent? I think the answer to this is actually yes. That will save the Pithing Needle for the Maze Mind Tome. Still haven't checked their hand. It's possible that I actually get a Thoughtseize off of this Profane Tutor, just to make sure that this whole thing will go through the way I want it to. They don't have any lands, though. They didn't play a land last turn. So maybe Blood Mooning them is bad. In that case, I should have milled their Field of Ruin with Codex Shredder. I'm going to grab Thoughtseize, and I'm going to defer the question of what to do for just a little bit here. That is a Blackcleave Cliffs. Blast Zone is just going to be such a problem. I could grab Mox Opal, and that would let me do everything. I think I'm going to do that. Check their hand, see if there are any problems. There are not. Their hand is garbage. Why did they keep these cards in? I'm gonna take a Get Lost, I suppose. And get Blood Mooned. This shuts off Blast Zone. It shuts off Field of Ruin. It also shuts off the Urza Saga on top of my deck, unfortunately. I think that's okay. Now I'm kind of grateful that I have this Codex Shredder, because now I can mill past cards that I don't want. And I can find mill rocks. All right, going to take that Get Lost out of your hand. Not that it matters at this point. Oh, right. Get Lost can hit Blood Moon. I did not realize, because I'm very silly. Okay, well, that just means that Pithing Needle needs to go on to Blast Zone now. And I'm going to play out my hand. Lane's on top of the deck. I don't care about Rest in Peace. And I think I need to start digging myself to mill rocks. With the acknowledgement that Field of Ruin could cause trouble for me. Do I even cast Ensnaring Bridge? Oh, well, my opponent's not going to give me that choice. Yeah, I'll grab Basic Swamp. Oh, I have Pithing Needle now. Yeah, that's great. I like Pithing Needle. I think that I am going to name Maze Mine Tome here still. If they draw with it, then they might change my mind. No, that Emergency Eject needs to go. Still very much struggling against this opponent. I know that they just drew a Castle Ardenvale. Restoration of Aganjo is their draw. Yep, there it is. At least the Wrath of the Skies is no longer on the top of their deck. Do I really want another Lantern? I guess I have to take it. Inquisition is actively bad here. Restoration of a Ganjo again. I think I'm going to take it, actually. I'm going to try and slow them down a little bit. Hopefully they just have basic planes or something underneath. Okay, that's great. They're gonna get the candy trail. It enters tapped, which is good for me. Oh, interesting. They kept Demolition Field on top here. And didn't play out their Castle Ardenvale. I'm going to shuffle. I think I want something a little higher power than Duress. But I found a Duress anyway, so it's fine. Hey, that's a Pixis. That's fantastic. If I can draw that, I would love it. Maybe I should have held the Duress, but it's fine. All right, this guy's going to flip. Castle Ardenvale's finally coming down. I have Pixis now. This thing's a 3/4, right? Yeah, that's big. And now I am in control with the exception of Ensnaring Bridge, which I desperately super duper need to find. I'm going to be taking at least 2 hits. I think I can survive 2 hits. I can survive exactly 2 hits here. And I actually need to find a land in case they... Oh, they're just demolitioning field for me now? Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I really needed that, actually. That is a free shuffle. They should have used the shuffle on the demolition field to kind of squeeze me on lands in case I found an Ensnaring Bridge on top of my deck. Oh, and they put a March of Otherworldly Light on top of theirs. Okay, this is fantastic. Let's see if they pop the Candy Trail. They are going to pop the Candy Trail here. I am going to mill them in response. Winds of Abandon is fine. And now we each exile here. I have a Profane Tutor. I do not believe Profane Tutor is fast enough. I am going to suspend it anyway. Take that Wrath the Skies off the top of their deck. Blast Zone is fine. Yeah, Profane Tutor's not fast enough. Fomori Vault, huh? No, that's not good enough, mate. I need better than Fomori Vault right now. I need exactly Ensnaring Bridge here. Inquisition is not good enough. Ensnaring Bridge. Yo, love to see it. This is why we dig for things. All right, super focus mode. I'm not going to be updating their hand anymore until it's relevant. I have a lot of deck that I need to get through and not a lot of time with which to do it. My client's lagging a little bit. I'm going to have to reset it. I need Pixis. Oh my god. Sometimes they just have 3 outs in a row. Field of Ruining Me, I don't care. Just to keep the March of Otherworldly Light in their deck. It's fine. Milling the Blast Zone, unfortunately. Solitude is fine. Choose a card at random. I'm going to F6 here after making sure that their top card is good. And I need to be aggressively milling them out because I just don't have the time. And they know what's up too. Both have 20 cards in deck. Oh, and my client is really chugging here. Sorry, everybody. I'm just super focusing right now. All right, I think we got there. With 6 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Hotkeys are not working for some reason. Okay, got there on that game. I am going to restart my client real big. I will be back in just a second. Okay, I restarted my Magic Online client here. I'm trying to decide if I want anything else. Oh, it reset my sideboarding. Oh. Well, is that the worst thing in the world? I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. It kind of sucked giving their get loss targets here. I think Pyroclasm's still bad. Meekut Massacre could probably help me survive a little bit. Probably still bad. Grafdigger's Cage is bad. Blood Chief's Thirst is bad. Yeah, all these cards are just so bad. Like, I could, I guess, keep my board wipes in. Bring in Molten Collapses. Bring in Duresses. Running out of time here. Underworld Cookbook could gain me some life. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and run it like this. I'm taking the moon effects out. Now that they've seen the pivot, it's less effective. This hand does nothing. Mulligan. They kept on 7. That sucks. I'm gonna bottom. Blood crits. Candy Trail on turn 1 for the hero here. I'm just so short on time. I'm not sure what I'm going to be able to do. I am actually going to lead on basic Swamp. I'm going to play Pixis, and I'm going to take their top card. Get a pass turn. Yeah, they just have Demolition Field. So I could play out this Urza Saga. And then I can actually Inquisition them first. Wrath of the Skies. Wow, they have a ton of hate. Look at all that hate. If they want that emergency eject, I'm going to make it cost them their turn. They do want the emergency eject. And they have Wrath of the Skies. That's disgusting. How do I want to handle this? I could just leave them with everything. But they would activate Demolition Field and they'd have Wrath for 0. I think I just need to start working on their hand. I'm going to take the Wrath. They already have one Blast Zone, another one's not going to hurt. Grab a basic Swamp here. That's fine. I know I'm playing all of this out into Blast Zone. That's actually that really sucks. I was kind of counting on the Urza Saga to get me a Pithing Needle, I suppose. Ooh, that was a bit of a punt, I think, actually. Maybe I need to just dig for Pithing Needle now? I'm not sure. They have Get Lost, they have Emergency Eject. I'm gonna draw this Thoughtseize. Try and take the Emergency Eject out of their hand, at least. They could just wipe my entire board here, and that would suck. Oh, yeah. Do I want to shuffle? Yeah, I'm going to shuffle my own deck, actually. I'm going to mill myself. Yeah, okay. Lantern on top of my deck, Thoughtseize on top of theirs. Or Candy Trail or something on top of theirs. Wasn't actually paying attention. I'm in a bit of a bind here, if you can't tell. Double Blast Zone. Jeez, that's terrible. I think I just need to find Pithing Needle here, honestly. I'm gonna drop in Snaring Bridges as a distraction. Doesn't matter. They're popping Blast Zone now. That's my whole board. Candy Trail's coming down. And they still have another Blast Zone here, actually. Okay, Demolition Field's down. Now I don't know what their hand is. Doesn't really matter because the lands that cause trouble. Oh, Ensnaring Bridge number 2. Yeah, I'll take it. You could put Blast Zone on 3. Nah, they know better than that. Oh, here comes something big. Is this a Wrath of the Skies? Looks like a Wrath of the Skies for 3. Alright, that's fine. Well, it sucks. It hurts a lot, but it's something that I can't really control. I found a Profane Tutor, at least. That's the start of rebuilding. I think this Profane Tutor just has to find Pithing Needle. So that's what it's going to do. Although I could... No, wait, I didn't bring them in my... I didn't put them in my list. Dang it, I would have found a Magus of the Moon here. Alright, Duress you. Why is Duress not resolving? Oh, because they have Solitude? Wow! Yeah, you got it. Alright, Field of Ruin. Blaststone comes down, Lantern of Insight comes down. They immediately find a Restoration of Iganjo. I don't believe I can afford to play around that. Yep, that comes down. Gonna grab a Plains. March of Otherworldly Light on top of the deck. That sucks. I don't know if I can get rid of my Lantern, though. I think I have to. I'm gonna wait for my upkeep and then shuffle Lantern. The last dying struggles of somebody playing a deck from 2012. Playing until the bitter end here. This is what you came to see, isn't it? This is why I play Lantern Control, so you don't have to. You don't have to endure this pain. That's the Meat Hook Massacre. I could actually cast this for 3. Or 2, I guess, actually. Kill the Solitude. Gain a little bit of life. Doesn't really matter. Castle Ardenvale's here. The Meat Hook Massacre is not going to help against tokens that are created by this guy. The hero's just drawing wild. They have a Maze Mind Tome. I mean, it's just mono white land destruction. Their lands are good, their spells are good, everything's good. I don't even have any more basic lands. I've got them all in play right now. Double Maze Mind Tome. Jeez. All right, all they have to do now is create a spirit token and I am dead. Please put me out of my misery. Please just do it. Oh, thank goodness they figured it out. Oh. Well, that was terrible. I had some fun playing that, yes, but mostly I just floundered and didn't know what the heck I was doing. I think the going to time and losing time due to the client slowing down sucked. But honestly, I think the other part of it is this deck has removal, and their lands are not really safe for them to draw either. And honestly, I just don't know how to play against it. Maybe with a little bit more practice, I would figure it out, but I'm just not sure. I wonder if there's a way to, well, I guess a way to remove abilities on lands. That's Blood Moon, isn't it? But this deck also plays just Emergency Eject and Get Lost and March of Otherworldly Light and Wrath of the Skies and ways to get rid of a Blood Moon. It might be a hard matchup. I'm not really willing to say that quite yet. I am more willing to say that I am just bad at it. Oh, well. Let's move on to match 3 here. And thank you, Tuna. I appreciate it. I'm going to do the best that I can with the rest of the league. I am on the draw, actually, in match 3 versus Sing to 12. This hand has 4 lands in it, yes, but it has an Ensnaring Bridge and an Urza Saga. I'm going to keep it. Utopia Sprawl on a Breeding Pool? Are they going to name red? Are we playing against Eldrazi Ramp? No, they chose green. Okay, well, I don't know why you're playing that. Oh, but I found an Inquisition of Kozilek, so I can find out. Okay. Oh, it's just because you're on blue-green Simic BS. I am going to take your Stinkita Stupid, and I'm going to pass turn. They ripped a Breeding Pool off the top of the deck. Have access to 3 mana now. They could Utopia Sprawl again. Looks like they are. And then drop a big fat old Riz Daddy on my face next turn if they find another land. Ooh, maybe not, because I drew Thoughtseize. And your Ice Fang Coatl doesn't have Death Touch. How lovely. Alright, do I want to take Rizmaster? I do want to take Rizmaster, actually. I can drop this Underworld Cookbook. And next turn, I think I'm just going to make Constructs. They seem ill-equipped to deal with some fairly large constructs. Yeah, just passing, holding open Subtlety. And I continue to just draw absolute garbage. Here we go. Hardcast Subtlety on nothing. No, hardcast Wan Shi Tong probably, right? Yeah, here we go. Well, they are more equipped to handle constructs now. Their stuff all has flying. I'm choosing not to discard a land here in the hopes that I don't draw another land for my draw step. And I suppose I wouldn't need Ensnaring Bridge lowered all the way in either case. Oh, I found a Bloodchief's Thirst. How interesting. I have plenty of lands. I think I am actually going to make the construct here. And I can thirst their Wanshitong. Oh, they put Force of Negation in their graveyard. Oh, I love that. Oh, that's beautiful, fantastic, lovely, kind, amazing. What do they think they're playing against? If they didn't know before, they know now. I am going to Bloodchief's Thirst your 2 mana value Wanshitong. And they hardcast a Force of Negation. I will actually take that. That is perfectly fine by me. What do I want to do now, though? I think I want to swing with my construct, actually. They're just taking it. What does that mean? That means that I discard Cling to Dust, create a food, make the next attack lethal. They have to block it with at least 1 creature. The Icefang Quaddles don't have Death Touch yet, unless their 3rd card in hand is also Icefang Quaddle. Interesting that they chose to put the Utopia Sprawl there and tap the way they did. They planning on doing something else? Oh, the Icefang Quaddles have Death Touch now. I understand. Okay. Okay, so they just have Tamiyo in hand now. And they're casting it. I feel like I should know what that last card in hand. I just don't because I am not very smart. Swinging out, whatever. I'm going to fall to 8. They have the ability to draw a lot of cards. Makes me wonder if I should be fetching with this Marsh Flats at all. But I think I just need to put Pithing Needle down on Tamiyo. No Covered Island in hand. Go ahead and play my cards. I have a Bloodchief's Thirst on top of my deck. I don't think I'm going to be hoping that that resolves, because it probably won't. Honestly, I think it's a bit of a fluke that the bridge resolved. I think my opponent just got a little bit greedy here. Taking 0 off the Tamiyo. And now I'm gonna kill it. Okay, so the construct plan was decent enough at distracting my opponent. They flooded the board with these Quaddles, and then I just slammed a Snaring Bridge in their face. And now with Tamiyo, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Oh, I can Cling to Dust. I forgot. I just have Clean to Dust in my graveyard casually. That's lovely. I don't believe I'm going to be using it this turn, though. I think instead I'm going to spin for Mori Vaults. Here I think I'll find a land if I can. Oh, but I found a Pixis of Pandemonium. That would make me go to 4. And I could discard it at any point if I needed to. Yeah, okay. I'll take it. Unfortunately, I have no way to interact with these Quantum Riddlers. So they are going to eventually find ways to break through the lock that I've got. Oh, just 2 subtleties. Okay. Really? Wistfulness? Okay, we got to read this, everybody. When this creature enters, if green was spent to cast it, exile target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls. Or if blue was spent to cast it, draw 2, then discard a card. I cannot let this happen, but I only have a Lantern of Insight with which I can make them shuffle. Did I just lose just like that? Just because they have Wistfulness in their deck? That's extremely frustrating. Yeah, I just lost. There's nothing I can do here. There's literally nothing I can do. Their entire board has flying. And Snaring Bridge is just dead. Wow. All right. All right. I am not going to wrap it up yet. I am just going to let this happen. Oh my god, they drew 2 cards and there's another Wistfulness there if they want it. Well, this is what happens in Modern. Sometimes you play decks from 12 years ago and they face cards printed this year. Wow, that's fantastic. Yeah, show me more about your deck, please. Yep, Ensnaring Bridge is gone. They've got a second Wistfulness and another Scalding Tarn, I suppose. Yeah, nothing I did mattered here. They just had Wistfulness in their deck, and that's all they needed. You know what? I will concede to that. But how do I want to fight it? Do I want to be bringing in my moon effects against a deck that has fetches and basics and stuff? I kind of do. I mean, that's why we're playing the build, right? We're not playing against something particularly aggressive. Let's go ahead and side out some of our stuff here. Clean to Dust can come out. I didn't see a Birthing Ritual in their list anywhere. but that doesn't mean that it's not in there. So in the interest of just protecting myself against that, I am going to leave the Grafdigger's Cage in the deck. I am going to be taking out Pithing Needles, though. I'll take out Underworld Cookbook. And I suppose I'll also take out Pyroclasm. Leaving in the Blood Chief's Thirst to deal with Tamiyo's. And the odd Quantum Riddler. This is triple discard that doesn't do anything else. I'm going to mulligan. It's got an Urza Saga in it. I guess that's good enough to keep. Do I bottom the Mox Opal? No, I'm going to bottom the Fetch Land. Lead on turn 1 Thoughtseize, because 1-drops in this format can just run away with the game. 1-drops like Engineered Explosives. Oh, but they only have 1 land. So if I get insanely super duper lucky... No, I don't want to do that. I was thinking about taking the Force of Negation and then leaving them with EE and then slowly beating them to death with Urza Saga constructs. I am actually just going to take the EE and leave them with Force instead. And I'm going to attempt to make this game about Urza Saga. Engineered Explosives is a brutal card for them to have, though. Oh, double Urza Saga. Yes, please. Are you going to force my Lantern? They did force the Lantern, pitching an Icefang Quaddle. That's reasonable, I think. And they found a Tamiyo, which is actually not going to help them until they find a second land. But once they find that second land, oh boy. I'm gonna go ahead and just cast my Mox Opal here. And they did stumble, so I'm going to do my best to take advantage of it. Ah, well, they didn't stumble for that long. That's a shame. But they are in a little bit of a bind. They pitched an Icefang Quaddle to Force of Negation, and if this Flooded Strand grabs a snow-covered island out of their deck, then they don't have enough snow lands to turn on the Quaddle and give it Death Touch. I don't think they care about that, though. I think they just want access to green. Yeah, Utopia Sprawl on the Breeding Pool. On the Breeding Pool, huh? Oh, I guess it has to enchant a forest, doesn't it? All right, let's do some stuff. Let's do some nasty business. Lantern of Insight is my rip. That means I could actually just grab a Pixis here. Play Urza Saga here. Attempt a Lantern. It got forced pitching Icefang Quaddle. Yeah, that's fair. Can't blame you for that. Take 4. And now they can enter the Diddle Zone if they want to. Even if it's only for a little bit. Doing nothing. What do you have? An Icefang Quaddle, maybe? Just trying to chump block for a turn? Nope, we are going to enter the Diddle Zone. Tamiyo's going to flip. And she's going to make things a little bit smaller, a little bit harder for me to swing with. Do I care, though? I don't think I care. I think I just go for the throat here. I mean, I don't have that card in my deck, but, you know, I could have that card in my deck. If I wanted. I play black. And I am ignoring Tamiyo. No blocks. Making another construct. Take 10. Don't take 10. Oh, don't tell me they have a dress down. Oh, it's just a clue token? Okay. Dress down would have made me so sad. That would have sucked so badly. Alright, but the hero is at 2 here. Tamiyo is plussing instead of minusing. And this deck that doesn't really have much creature removal in it is struggling against these construct tokens now that they're on the back foot. Hey Diddle Diddle has come down. They weren't in the Diddler zone, though, so it didn't draw them a bunch of cards. Essence Flux. That was hard. That was really hard. I think that I'm not going to be as lucky in Game 3. How do I want to play this? Oh, I didn't show them my Blood Moon effects. That's actually really important. They don't know about my Blood Moon effects. So that means that I actually don't think I want to make any changes. I'm still not convinced that they are not playing Birthing Ritual. Yeah, I'm keeping this. Keep. I don't care that it's 6 lands and a Magus. Come on, just get a little bit greedy here. Oh, they grabbed Basic Island. No, why would you do this to me? Basic Island into Tamiyo, even. And I drew land number 7. Maybe I shouldn't have kept this, huh? Just maybe I shouldn't have kept this. Looks like they surveilled to top off that hedge maze. And am I simply going to subtlety check them? I think I might subtlety check them. Oh, they're consigning my Pixis. Yeah, I'll take that. Misty Rainforest, fetching immediately. Please grab a breeding pool. Breeding pool. Breeding pool. Breeding pool. No, snow-covered forest. Why would you do this? They're playing around Blood Moon, everybody. They know it's coming. They can smell it deep inside their nuggets. Oh, and they mooned me. They mooned me. They mooned me. Why would you moon me? I am the red deck. I moon you. Well, basic swamp into lantern, I guess. Yeah, that's over. It's Jover. I can't do this. I can't do this. I kept my hand on the strength of one thing and one thing alone. And that one thing did not pan out. Because I did literally nothing to protect it. Am I just gonna concede the game? Yeah, I'm just gonna concede the game. I am kind of embarrassed, honestly. They mooned me. And it was a disgusting, hideous, ugly moon. Merfolk moon. That's okay, though. I know that probably wasn't the best keep, but I had fun doing it, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. On to match 4. I would like to remind the class that we have not seen Boros Energy yet, and at 15% of the meta, I expect that the law of large numbers gives me a Boros Energy opponent right here out of Geyser 21. I am on the play here. And I have a Pyroclasm, and I have an Ensnaring Bridge, I have a Profane Tutor. Since I am playing against Boros Energy, I will keep. I kind of just want to get the Raucous Theater out of the way. So I will do that. Lantern of Insight, that is a very good card to have. I'm going to keep that there. Verdant Catacombs is not played in Boros Energy. The universe is scorning me, fighting me even. My day is ruined and my grief is immeasurable and whatever, yada yada yada. I am going to fetch a basic swamp and play my Profane Tutor here, or suspend it at least. Probably should have done that off the Polluted Delta, it's fine. Haven't seen a Nettle Sentinel in a good chunk of time, though. Please play something really cool and interesting and play a lot of them. Like a Heritage Druid. Yeah, man. There we go. Tap your Nettle Sentinels. Tap your Heritage Druid. Play an Elvish Visionary. That's beautiful. Just gonna F6. Whatever they do, they do. Now just play something like an Elvish Visionary. Not an Elvish Visionary. What's the other one? The Elvish Mystic. A Formidable Speaker that doesn't die to a Pyroclasm. Tisk tisk. Seems like they are just elf balling me right now, though. Yeah, bouncing a bunch of stuff. Oh, they didn't tap the Nettle Sentinels for mana before doing that. They probably should have done that. Missed out on a little bit of mana by doing that. Or not doing that, I guess. Whatever. It's easy for me to criticize the person playing this deck when I'm not playing it. Just sitting here watching them go off. Counting all of the 1 and 2 toughness creatures that they're putting into play. Don't know why they would untap the Heritage Druid. They must have some sort of horrible thing that they're doing. Wow, they are really going off here. What on earth is happening? It is turn 2. These Formidable Speakers are really strong. Oh my god, they're doing something terrible. Champions of the Perfect. They are going to behold an elf and exile it. They are going to draw a card every single time they cast a creature spell. They beheld Heritage Druid, which is... oh, because they have another one. Sure. Yep. That's... yeah. Oh my god, they're still going. Please, just draw like a forest or something. Come on. Again, would like to remind the class that it is turn 2, and they have dumped all this stuff out. I'm not even going to bother Inquisitioning them. I am just going to play my Polluted Delta. I'm going to fetch another basic swamp here. And I'm going to... am I going to cast Lantern? Yeah, I'm going to cast Lantern. That is a freaking Green Sun Zenith. Jeez. Yeah. Well, Pyroclasm. Why we put it in the deck? Orcish Bowmasters wouldn't have answered this board, that's for sure. The hero's returning some stuff to hand with their Wirewood Symbiotes. I'm just going to make them shuffle. I'm not ready for a Green Sun Zenith right now. And I'm like 90% certain that the last card in hand here is a forest or something. Not now that I've shuffled their deck with Lantern, but you know. Okay, nothing I can do. Now, this format does have Reclamation Sage in it, but they didn't grab it. Instead, they grabbed a Wirewood Symbiote in their passing turn. I think I literally might just grab a land here. I think I might just grab Urza Saga. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Oh, and I found Urza Saga anyway. Okay, that's fine. Inquisition you. They've got the Champions of the Perfect, of course. Bloodbraid Elf is really spicy. Haven't seen one of those in a long time. Like, do I take the Nettle Sentinel here, or do I take the Wirewood Symbiote? I think it's the Symbiote. All right, Ensnaring Bridge is in play. I still have 2 cards in hand. Do your worst. I'm at minimum taking 6 this turn if they just want to attack. I'm sure they don't just want to attack, though. I'm sure they've got other stuff that they can do. Elf balling and stuff like that. Yes, but did you prepare for the possibility that your opponent registered Ensnaring Bridge in their Modern deck? No, they didn't. They literally just looked at Ensnaring Bridge and died. What do I think of this? What on earth is going on today? Whatever. They just saw Ensnaring Bridge and were deceased. Curse Totems. You are actually not in the deck for this matchup. You are in the deck for Broodscale and Yawgmoth and stuff like that, if people even play that anymore. But Curse Totem is very, very, very good against elves, so I am going to be bringing that in. Pyroclasm won the game, in a combination with Ensnaring Bridge, of course. Cling to Dust is bad. Pithing Needles. If this is old elves, then Pithing Needle's decent against them. I don't know about this new build, though. I guess I could name, like, Wirewood Symbiote and stuff like that. I'm gonna keep the Pithing Needles in. I think I'm gonna take out the Underworld Cookbook. And I need to find one more cut. I think it actually might be in either an Inquisition or a Thoughtseize. I think it's going to be Inquisition, because the Perfect is a 4 mana value spell, and I would want to be able to Thoughtseize it if I need to. Pyroclasm and a double Curse Totem, but no way to find an Ensnaring Bridge. Did they keep on 7? Yeah, they kept on 7. I think I will keep this. I'm going to regret this. Mark my words, I'm going to regret this, but it just seems fun. Llanowar Elves. Pass turn. Verdant Catacombs. Pass turn. All right, they're gonna go crazy. They're doing something here. They're doing something here. Yep, here's Heritage Druid. Swear it's just gonna be the last game all over again, except I don't have Ensnaring Bridge this time. But I do have Pyroclasm. Elf Ball is just doing Elf Ball things. The Green Sun Zenith for 2? They gonna find Collector Oof? Nope. Elvish Visionary. Drawing a card. They've already used their Wirewood Symbiote. And I hate to say this, opponent, but I think I'm going to Pyroclasm your board. Can you recover from this? Oh, Ensnaring Bridge. Nice to see you. Blackleaf Cliffs. Pyroclasm. Goodbye, 5 cards. This Pyroclasm hurts a lot more than the one in the previous game. Are they just going to look at Pyroclasm and become unalived? Just like Ensnaring Bridge did in the first game? I don't think they should. They have Wirewood Symbiote. They can bounce something. They disconnected. Did you see that? The alert on the bottom right of the screen? They disconnected. Do we have a salty opponent? If so, I really wish they would just put some stuff in chat. I need some spice to go onto my motivational speeches and quotes section in my streams. Definitely not safe for children, by the way. The videos I try to keep safe for children. The streams are not. If only because of those quotes. All right, so I went ahead and muted the recording section here. Oh, okay, yeah. So I have, just for those watching on stream, I'm trying to make streams a little less formal than the videos that come out of streams. So just to let y'all know what happens in the background a little bit, I have 2 instances of OBS running right now. And they are installed portably into 2 separate directories. And that means that I can set settings on one version of OBS that are not found on another. And long story short, it means that I can mute myself on the recording one. And the software that I use to edit my videos, or at least assist in editing videos, because it's still all manually done, will cut this part out. So that means that when you're watching this video later on, and 5 minutes pass, because that's how long it takes for a disconnected opponent to finally be kicked from the game, that you won't have to see it. So how are you doing, chat? How's everyone doing? I know there's only probably like 4 people in here. I haven't actually checked my stats yet. And I also understand that not everybody's going to want to be chatting or whatever. That's perfectly fine. I do not mind it. Oh yeah, especially since I have the stream labeled incorrectly. But since I have to sit here for 5 minutes in order to get my match win, may as well ask how y'all are doing. If you're enjoying the stream at all. If you think I could be doing anything differently, perhaps. Maybe actually pairing into Boros Energy. Because if not, I'm just perfectly fine sitting here in silence. Waiting for the 5 minutes to pass. But I'm not going to, because you didn't tune into a stream to just listen to music and watch all the bubbles go into random spots on the screen. You came here to be entertained by a silly man in a pink suit. And that is exactly what I shall do. Damn it. Damn it. Maybe if I look through these bottle caps, then I can find my opponent. Nope. Didn't work. Really didn't work, actually. What the heck? Man, this is so dumb. At least I know they're not stream sniping, right? Because they wouldn't have done this if they knew I had the Pyroclasm in hand, right? Not that I am a big enough YouTuber to where I think people would recognize my username and understand that I'm stream sniping. Or understand that stream sniping me is possible. But still. It is 5 minutes, right? Not like 10 minutes or something like that? I don't know. Guess I'm gonna find out. There, now you can't see me. How does that feel? No? Wait. There we go. Oh, that's actually a really cool effect. I kind of like that. Maybe I will keep that there. Yeah, no, I'm gonna keep it there. At least when my camera's off or I don't need it or anything like that. So y'all know how minimum wage in the United States is, what, $7.25? I happen to live in Illinois, and Illinois has a significantly higher minimum wage. And it's been nice because it means that the job that I work and the job that my wife works, which are quote-unquote unskilled blue-collar jobs, but anyway, makes our lives a little bit better. Anyway, I believe someone made a machine of some sorts where you turn a crank on the side of it and it spits out a penny once every, like, 4 seconds or something like that. And how absurd it is that that is the rate at which people make money. In fact, I'm going to actually go into the calculator and check it out. So 725 divided by 3,600. Yeah, it's 1 penny every 5 seconds. But the fact is that basically every single job in the entire world is harder than cranking a crank on a machine and getting a penny out of it. And it's harder by a significant margin, to the point that the machine would actually be considered restful. Anyway, that's just what I did. Under normal circumstances, I'd have to fight for my wins. Today, I just sat here and I got a match win. Anyway, let me go ahead and unmute the recording. So my opponent did actually just look at Pyroclasm and rage quit. They saw that their board was going to get destroyed, and they said, I need to go touch some grass. I am experiencing an unhealthy amount of a level of stress. I don't understand why my opponent is registering Lantern of Insight in 2026. And they quit. And Geyser21, the only thing that I can say to you is Lantern of Insight. On to match 5. What a silly little game I just finished. I am on the draw in match 5 versus Booby Fisher. Oh boy. Do I want to keep this though? It's got an ensnaring bridge in it. It's got a couple of Blood Chief's Thirst. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it. Hey, it's an Arid Mesa. Look at that. Oh, for a Blood Crypt. Never mind. For a Lava Spike. Okay. I'm in trouble. I'm in danger. I have a Graph Digger's Cage. I don't want it. Well, get Pixist, nerd. They got Pixist. They didn't care. I'm in trouble. Iridescent Vine Lasher is going to deal a ton of damage to me. I don't even have another land, so I have to play Codex Shredder into Mox Opal into Thirst your Vine Lasher. Feels really bad using Blood Chief's Thirst to kill something that already did 2 damage to you in a burn matchup. Oh, and now they're holding open mana. That's terrifying. Hey, I found a land. I think I will just suspend Profane Tutor here, though. And I'm not convinced I can afford to not play my cards. So even though I don't want this Grafdigger's Cage, I'm going to play it. All right, I got Skullcracked. And now I'm getting Raucous Theatered. I wonder if they play Kroxa in this deck. That would be really interesting. I am going to mill them with Codex Shredder on purpose. Oh yeah, it's just a Lightning Bolt. Okay. I'm likely just dead here anyway, right? Oh man, Offspring cost on the Vine Lasher, huh? That's disgusting. That's disgusting. I said I am at 3 life against a burn opponent with 1 card in hand who is shocking in, not shocking in a Blood Crypt. Okay, so maybe I'm not dead. Maybe I'm not quite dead yet. Maybe instead I can play out Pixis and Blood Chief's Thirst the token? You keep a card out of the graveyard? Nah, that doesn't really matter. Jeez, that Vine Lasher, though, just making all their lands into lethal spells. Yeah, I'm dead. Vine Lasher is really good. Vine Lasher is really freaking good. Not even mad. I'm just glad that this deck exists in the format. Seems like it's really fun to play, too. The Vine Lasher is just outputting so much freaking damage, especially off the fetch lands, and the Offspring cost on it is just so low. I like it a lot. I don't have any sideboarding for this deck because I don't usually face it. So I need to think about what I want to keep in and what I don't. I could cast Blood Moon and make it so they can't cast their Vine Lashers unless they find a basic swamp out of their many fetch lands. I could bring in Soul Guide Lantern for no reason. I think I'm just going to run it back. I don't think I'm going to be diluting my deck. Hey Freak, it's nice to see you in chat. I appreciate you subscribing. Thank you very much. Yeah, I played against Jund a lot in chat, in Modern a long time ago. Died to a lot of Maelstrom Pulses. That's just... It's kind of the thing about Jund is it's just they have 3 parts to their deck. They have threats, interaction, and lands. And it just doesn't matter what they draw. They're just going to play powerful cards. So a lot of respect to you for playing Jund. I think Jund is an extremely nice choice. It betrays a certain amount of... what's the word? A civilized nature, I suppose. Anyway, real G's play Jund. That's why Jund starts with G. Jund. For Lantern list that I would recommend trying out, really, it's kind of just what you want to play. The list that I'm playing right now, which I am actually going to flash on screen here just for a second. I don't normally do this, but I am in the middle of updating how I put out leagues and how I put out live streams. So I'm kind of screwing things up a little bit with the live streaming for right now. But this list has been decent, I suppose. I'm not playing Orcish Bowmasters this time. I'm just playing a bunch of other good cards. I think my recommendation for now would not be to play a particular list, but it would be to play interaction over consistency. You'll notice that I've only got 4 Profane Tutors. And I think that the consistency is just not strong enough in the format. We don't have stuff like Enlightened Tutor, and Profane Tutor is just kind of the best thing that we have, and after that, dropping off with Mishra's Bauble is really hard. So if you want to play Black-Red, this is going to be a pretty decent place to start tuning a list for your own meta and for your own preferences. But you can also join the Lantern Control Discord, and you can get opinions for other lists that you might want to play. And of course, take a look at my channel. I've got a whole bunch of stuff. A whole lot of different Lantern Control lists. Like this is number 57 right here. All right, I will go ahead and resume playing. It's a one-lander. I can't keep this. It has double Inquisition, Pyroclasm, but I can't keep a one-lander. There we go. That's better, I suppose. I can kill an Iridescent Vine Lasher if I need to. But I think I am simply going to lead on Raucous Theater. And hope it pans out. I don't think it's going to pan out. I think I'm going to lose this. Oh, Thoughtseize? Yeah, definitely don't want that. It's bad enough that I have one in hand. I probably should have subbed out 2 Thoughtseizes for 2 Duresses, honestly. I will get you a link to that Discord when I can, Freak. Give me just a little bit. In fact, hang on. Okay, there you go. I've got that in chat for you. I will get the descriptions and all of that sorted eventually. It's just a whole work in progress. Okay, I could fire off this... So, just to say what happened. So they dropped a Goblin Guide, attacked with it. I drew an Urza Saga off the trigger. And I just drew a Pixis now. I could Pyroclasm this Goblin Guide. I think I kind of want to hold it, though. And I am instead going to fire off this Inquisition on them. Oh, well, now I kind of regret not Pyroclasming the Goblin Guide. Yeah, let's take Lightning Bolt. I wonder if the hero is playing Bolt Wave, or whatever the new one is from Magic Foundations. I think it's Bolt Wave. Isn't it Bolt Wave? Yeah, it's Bolt Wave. And you're welcome. Thank you for asking and for joining. Oh, they're not playing their land right away. They have lands in hand. Ooh, that is a Lantern of Insights. I kind of want that. Not gonna lie, I kind of want that. I'm gonna keep it. They spike me. Play an Arid Mesa, which is not one of the lands that I knew about. So now I have perfect information on their hand. And I could Thoughtseize them and just spend 2 life to do nothing. But more importantly, I could Lantern Pyroclasm here. And I think I actually will. Yeah, they got Mountain on top of their deck. Sorry, friend. Goblin Guide's gone. And now next turn, assuming that this Cling to Dust can stay on top of my deck, which unless they draw an absolute heater here, it can. I can grab the Underworld Cookbook with Urza Saga, discard Thoughtseize, and then Cling their Guide and gain a ton of life. I think I'm stable. Right up until they drew that Iridescent Vine Lasher. And I'm glad that I let them have it, because that is a meltdown underneath of it. Oh, and they're just putting it into play immediately. Not playing their lands, though. I need to get rid of the Cling to Dust. Yeah, that's a Smash to Smithereens on top of their deck. Here's a question, though. Do I want to activate Pixis, take the Smash, but also get rid of the Shredder? Yeah, I think that's fine. It would be great if I could draw a land here. I could potentially make a Construct. But instead, I drew a Lantern. And I need to decide now if I'm going to tap this Urza Saga for mana, or if I'm going to tap it to create a Construct. I think I... Oh, geez, this is tough. I think I need to create the Construct, unfortunately. The Bolt Wave on top of their deck does not kill this Construct. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and grab Underworld Cookbook here. Start gaining some life. Bolt Wave in hand is fine. And I'm not going to be swinging with this Construct unless I feel like I'm in an extremely strong position. This Construct is just to hold down the board. Yep, Blundsteinmeyer is down now. Bolt Wave is down. I'm at 9. I'm going to discard this Thoughtseize. I am still very much in the market for a land. I'm going to try and take the Swiftspear off the top of the deck because of that. Like, I don't really want them drawing a creature. Oh, yeah, here's my land. Okay, this is great. So that means that I can play Shredder. And also start popping foods. And they give it up. That's all they needed. Okay. I mean, there was still game to be played, but I had a pretty damn good lock there. And the Underworld Cookbook gaining life was... Yeah, that's probably good enough. I'm going to restart the client. Give me a second. I am going to fix the mistake from earlier. I'm going to bring in duresses over the Thoughtseizes. I suppose I'll also side out Grafdigger's Cage for Soul Guide Lantern. Don't think that matters much, but, you know, it could. And this is an Underworld cookbook in hand. I definitely will keep this. We've got a Monastery Swiss Sphere to start the game off. And I've got double Lantern here. I think I am going to go Swamp Cookbook, though. Just going to start discarding cards and gaining life. Although not before suspending Profane Tutor, I think. Oh, did I actually swap out the Thoughtseizes for the Duresses? I did. Okay, good. Oh, they're coming out of the gates much faster now. Much, much faster. I do not like this. Do I have time to suspend Profane Tutor? Do I have time not to? This Raucous Theater in hand is just so bad. I think I have to suspend Profane Tutor. And if they can turn 3 me, then they can turn 3 me. But one of these Swiss Spheres has already dealt 3 to me, and one's dealt 2. If they just have triple bolt in hand, then I'm dead. That's 1 bolt. That's 2 bolts. Oh, I'm dead anyway. Wow, that was fast. And that's 3 bolts. Okay, so it literally just did not matter what I did this game. That's nice to know. Wow, that was really ridiculously silly fast. Just a classic bolt start. Or burn start, I suppose. All right, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the league. So the interaction in this deck felt better than Bowmaster's, I think, but it still just wasn't good enough. And part of me thinks that that is, unfortunately, just because I think Lantern is falling further and further behind. Like, I feel like I had just trouble getting established against these decks that could have access to, Wistfulness, for example, that just exiles my bridge and also draws 2 cards. No, draws 3 cards because they have a Quantum Riddler and then just discards a card. Stuff like Iridescent Vine Lasher out of this new Black-Red Burn deck means that land drops are no longer safe to give to burn, which is a terrifying place to be for a Lantern deck. And I don't know, like, I think the only decks that I was actually, like, successful against today were decks that I could have reasonably expected to play in, like, 2015. Which, fair. Lantern is a deck from 2015. That's kind of the whole point. But still, it kind of feels to me like the strategy is having trouble keeping up with the modern format. I know. How could I possibly admit this? But still, it really does feel like that. I feel like I made a couple of mistakes this league, but nothing so egregious that I could just get Rofl stomped like this. And I did get Rofl stomped. So I'm not sure. It's possible this is a situation where you're polishing a turd so much that it looks very, very shiny and very polished, I guess. But it's still a turd, you know? And I think I might be trying to do this with Lantern. I say after spending 1.5 years on my channel, branding myself as the Lantern guy. Which I don't really necessarily feel bad about. But maybe Lantern is not appropriate for the modern format anymore. So that makes me want to do different things with Lantern control. I played Pre-Fire, which is a different format that is basically Lantern, or not Lantern, Modern, before the, I believe the release of War of the Spark, with Karn the Great Creator and all of that, before Fire Design. And Pre-Fire actually allows Sensei's Divining Top to be played, and I had a lot of fun playing that format. I might try to see if I can get a league lined up with that again. And you know, Freak, you actually have a good point here. The top decks do play on different axes than Lantern is used to handling. A lot of decks can just reach around an Ensnaring Bridge and just completely ignore it. A lot of decks have access to card draw that is able to overpower the Lantern lock. It does make me wonder if there is a variant of Lantern that is able to beat what the meta is. But that being said, like, we didn't play against a lot of meta decks today. We played against, what, Maverick, Mono White Land Destruction, a weird Simic Value deck, Elfbald with the guy that Rage Quit, and Rakdos Burn. None of those are really in the top of the meta right now. Like, if I was playing meta decks, I'd expect to be playing against stuff like Energy, stuff like Colorless Tron, Eldrazi Tron, maybe some Jeskai Blink. If we're getting super spicy, I believe that Neobrand is getting to the top of the meta. So it seems to me like everything just has a way of playing on a different axis. And Lantern is still just kind of doing one thing. It's trying to lock opponents out of the game. I remember a long time ago that decks usually only did one thing, and that one thing was fine. Like, you had Lantern Control that had Ensnaring Bridge and could protect it. You had Jund that interacted and just played good cards. Splinter Twin was kind of an exception to this, in that it was combo and control or tempo. Like, it could play a tempo game plan just fine, and it didn't have to combo out, but then it just comboed out on top of you. And I remember that everyone was having trouble because, oh, well, Splinter Twin is just so meta warping because you have to hold open mana for the rest of the game. Like, they hit 3 lands and you're like, oh, well, I need to hold open Lightning Bolt and hope that happens and just works. Or at a later point on into the whole format, Fatal Push got printed. And it was just like, okay, well, hold open Fatal Push. And that was just like such a big sticking point that you had this deck that could do 2 different things. But now you have decks that do 2, 3 different things all at the same time. And Lantern doesn't do that. I think if Lantern's going to be actually super competitive, then it needs to be able to do something like that. It's possible that maybe Lantern needs to be a package in a different deck. Something that plays Tezzeret Cruel Captain, perhaps. But I think that there's a lot of space that can still be explored. And I think I'm going to continue to explore it. But not gonna lie, this league hurt. This league hurt a lot, as all Lantern leagues usually do. I do appreciate everybody tuning in, though. Here, give me a second. I appreciate everybody tuning in. Freak, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for watching the stream. Thank you for joining the Lantern Discord. I'll be in there eventually. I have some other things that I need to get done today. So I might not be in there right now. But it will happen. And thanks for everybody for hanging out and just spending some time with me as I got my face smashed in by a bunch of different decks in the meta. I still had a good time doing it. I love playing Lantern. This is my deck. I love this deck. Lantern with Teferi and Blood Moon, huh? Can you possibly make a list and post it in the deck lists section of the server? If so, then I'll take a look at it. That seems like it would be pretty cool. I am going to wrap up for right now. I have a couple of other things I need to do, and I cannot sit here all day. I actually have a pretty hard limit at 4:30 where I need to wrap up, and it's getting close to that. So thank you for everyone for coming in, and I appreciate all of you. I know that I did 2 leagues today, 2 very long, very punishing leagues, but I still had a really good time, and I was glad to spend it with y'all. So thank you, and I will see you next week. And I'll also be putting all of this stuff out into videos too, so if you missed something, just check the videos. It'll be out there. Okay, take care, y'all.